The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by Three Dimensional Services Group. Prototype, production, proven.
Hey everyone, welcome to our review of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli for 2020. A tough year for everybody in sport and a tough year for everybody around the world dealing with the coronavirus pandemic. But we got underway in February before any lockdowns and in fact without a care in the world. We headed to Sebring in Florida where we started our shortened year with the TA class. Let's take a look.
Round one comes from sensational Sebring in Florida, where Trans Am began some 54 years ago. New names, new teams, and new liveries as we take a look now at the action from the TA class. Adam Andretti is ready to go in the Dodge Challenger, but knows it's going to be a challenge.
We feel great about what's going on. You know, the champ there, Ernie, EFJ as I like to call him, he's primed for another great season. So if we can kind of knock him off that top step, that's the goal. You know, and he's in a great place to be, that everyone's fighting for that. That's where we all want to be. So really proud of him and the way he's always represented Trans Am series. Chris Dyson is another just absolutely formidable competitor. Tommy Dreese, I mean, this field just keeps getting deeper and deeper. So this should be a great, epic season with live streaming coming your way. CBS Sports around as well. We're going to have a great time.
No question about it, Trans Am has all the angles covered this season as we head for the rolling start with Ernie Francis Jr. on the right-hand side and Amy Ruman alongside him in the Corvette. Coming from the back, Chris Dyson and Tommy Dreese, but Adam Andretti was the first to make a move on the inside, but can't quite do it. In third place, behind Amy Ruman. And the lead goes to Ernie Francis Jr. and he begins to build on that lead in the 100-mile race. Ruman couldn't hold off a hard-charging Adam Andretti, and he dives into second place immediately. More action to come as Amy Ruman now under pressure from both Tommy Dreese and Chris Dyson, who've caught up well in the opening laps. Amy Ruman not able to hold off a hard-charging Chris Dyson this time up the inside of turn one, and Dreese would soon follow. Dreese had transmission problems. Meanwhile, the number 20, Chris Dyson, had a big crash in practice. Here comes Dreese on the inside this time of Amy Ruman at the last turn. They sorted that transmission out and Dreese was flying. Safety car situation, so the big lead that Ernie Francis had built of over 3 seconds was dropped. Adam Andretti challenging at the start, so too Dyson on the outside, a three-way battle into turn one. Somehow, Ernie Francis Jr. just holding on. Dyson would come up the inside, and it was a battle to turn two. And from overhead, you can see Ernie Francis Jr. just squeezing through, and Adam Andretti, watch closely, gets hit by Dyson from behind. A little bit of damage to Chris Dyson's number 20, and he would retire later in the race. Dreese, though, overtaking Dyson and going into third place. A brilliant run by the Lucas Oil Camaro. And as you can see, the top three coming under the bridge with about 2 seconds between them. But once again, the breathless 98 starts to build. Sadly, the number 20 plate car of Chris Dyson going out. Another restart, and Ernie Francis Jr. would have to do it all again, but this time it was pressure from Tommy Dreese. Amy Ruman still there in third place. And a good restart once again by the leader, Ernie Francis Jr., who would lead from flag to flag at the opening race at Sebring, his home race. Fantastic pictures from above as the field starts to spread out again. Ernie Francis Jr. building on the lead. Another caution with only 12 minutes to go. Tim Kesman in the 44 Porsche 991 hitting the last turn heavily, and that would end the race under caution and give the one South Florida Wealth Advisor Ford Mustang of Ernie Francis Jr. the win. A Camaro in second place with Tommy Dreese, and a Corvette third with Amy Ruman. Perfect finish. Well done also to Hamed Al Masoud. But all eyes on the local man from Florida, Ernie Francis Jr.
So a great way to start the season for Ernie Francis Jr., our 6-time champion, looking for a 7th title. And Ernie joins me now. Ernie, congratulations, first of all, on your 7th title. But when you began at Sebring, it looked easy. You had pole position and the win. But there were so many restarts that you must have been fairly stressed throughout that race.
Yeah, for sure. Season started off pretty good with the win at Sebring. And thank you again. Really happy to have our 7th championship. Couldn't be more happy to get the new record for most consecutive Trans Am championships and take it home and bring it back with us. But yeah, Sebring, usually always a really strong race for us. One of my home tracks. I've been racing there for years. Restarts didn't really bother me too much, knowing that we were really, really fast there, like always, which has been testing there a few weeks before. And car was great, car was fast, and pretty smooth weekend for us.
Into turn 1. A hard charging Chris Dyson this time. Hello and a warm welcome to Trans Am presented by Pirelli Round 2 from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Ohio. Beautiful green fields of Ohio, the perfect setting for the coverage of our TA Championship. Wet conditions greeted TA, and it wasn't just the wet conditions that stopped Ave from going quicker, but he still took pole.
They have some concrete patches with some sealer on it here that are like ice. And so it is like if you use quarter throttle at most places, you're doing pretty good. Cast of regulars here, Dreesy, Ernie, Dyson, Simon Gregg was very good in the rain here. David Pinteric in my Mustang is going to be really tough. So I think it's going to be, if it rains, it's going to be a really interesting race. There's going to be guys on and off the road and coming back from the back and all that. It's going to be pretty stressful, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, he got what he wished for. Plenty of wet weather as Tony Ave set off in pursuit, slip sliding down the Thunder Valley to take the lead. But it was very treacherous. Tommy Dreesy, the first to spin his Camaro on the exit of turn 1, but he got going again and would still finish second despite damage to the rear of the car. More problems for Simon Gregg this time as he spins round at the carousel and somehow Chris Dyson and Ernie Francis Jr. avoid him. The conditions didn't really improve. Pinteric spinning his Ford Mustang out of contention and likewise following suit the number 23 of local lady Amy Ruman. So it was tiptoe through Mid-Ohio for Tony Ave in his Corvette, but he kept at it. Meanwhile, Ernie Francis Jr. in a great battle with Chris Dyson. Ernie using the slower traffic to get his way under the Honda Bridge and past Dyson into second place. Ave had a 6-second lead, but then came the tyre changes. First, it was Chris Dyson changing tyres. Ave then was caught by Ernie Francis Jr. at the carousel. Look at the drive he gets on this left-hander. That was what he used to get past into turn 1 and into the lead. And the championship leader from Florida, once there, the One South Florida Wealth Advisor sponsored Ford Mustang, never looked back as Ernie Francis Jr. continued his brilliant record at Mid-Ohio. That makes it 7 wins in a row for Ernie Francis Jr. So that's 2 wins out of 2 for Ernie Francis Jr. as he continues to extend his lead in the championship. Ave second, Dyson is third, Tommy Dreesy fourth, and Doug Peterson in fifth.
So look at the standings after round 2. Ernie Francis Jr. with 66 points, Tommy Dreesy in the Camaro with 52. Then it's Amy Ruman, Simon Gregg, Chris Dyson in 5th place with 39, just 1 point ahead of Al Masood. Then hit Ave, Bochum and Peterson. We had the huge lockdown, 4 months. What did you get up to before we head to Mid-Ohio and talk about basically a back-to-back win? So you didn't miss a stride, but what did you do during that 4 months?
Yeah, during the 4 months we had off, we were pretty much doing the e-racing. We had that whole series going on and got a whole sim rig set up and was having fun racing that. That's actually just behind me over there. Yeah, haven't really touched it too much since the season got started. Been so busy, but probably get some time to get back on it now that we're in the off season again.
Is that useful to you for real racing?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely useful when you're trying to learn new tracks, especially for tracks that I've already been to and know pretty well. I'm pretty much just rely on data and video that I have from previous years. But for any new places that we go to, it definitely helps out a ton.
Off in pursuit, slip sliding. has passed Dyson. 7 wins in a row. Hello and a warm welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli as we turn our attention to round 3 at Brainerd International Raceway. The action is about TA. And guess who's pole position? Ernie Francis Jr.
Don't have to worry about working our way through the pack like we did at Mid-Ohio. Hopefully we can just get out front and stay in the front the whole race.
Green flag waves then, and away goes Ernie Francis Jr. Great start from Amy Ruman in the Corvette as she dives past Tommy Dreesy into second place ahead of Dreesy as we go on board with the Californian. Ernie Francis out front as they turn into turn 3. Dreesy has a look up the inside, but he's not close enough. Ernie starting to build on that lead, and that would lead Ruman and Dreesy and Dyson to battle it out. Ernie Francis Jr. coming through 10 and 11 flat out. And bit by bit, lap by lap, he started to build on that, extending it every lap to eventually get an 18.5-second lead. Meanwhile, Dreesy was still battling Ruman, just trying to get good drive out of this last corner and see if he could make it up the inside of 3. But every time he tried, the Corvette just seemed to have more torque, and Amy Ruman was in no mood to let her arch rival by. Suddenly problems for Chris Dyson, a drive line forcing him out of the race, but luckily he was able to pull away on off the line, which didn't slow things down, and Ernie Francis Jr. wasn't slowing down. 18 seconds he led by now. Dyson, another tough day at Brainerd. Ernie Francis Jr. goes through past Kevin Long, who just went wide there. And as you can see, Dreesy finally making his move at 8 on Amy Ruman. And she was on the race line, but Dreesy snuck up the inside. Let's take a little look at it from his point of view. Yeah, the door open, but she was on the race line, so no harm, no foul. But Dreesy goes through to second. Meanwhile, a great battle for 4th place as Hamid Al Masood makes a mistake, locking up at 12. Simon Gregg and Al Masood would race like this all race long. Sadly, suddenly out of nowhere, Ernie Francis Jr. pulls in, but a strange angle, and why? The suspension had buckled, and Ernie Francis Jr. had gone from hero to zero. He was on for 3 in a row. Sadly, it would come to nothing. Al Masood recovered well, and back he went in the fight with Simon Gregg. Francis out of the car, the championship lead intact, but no points from round 3. Closing stages, and Simon Gregg under pressure again from Al Masood. Sadly, Kerry hit out the Masters man in the Cadillac, but it was no problems for Tommy Dreesy as he takes his 9th career win in Trans Am for the Burton team. An excellent run by Tommy Dreesy, and the team were delighted. Confirmation of the result then, Tommy Dreesy with the win over Amy Ruman, Simon Gregg in 3rd, Hamid Al Masood in 4th, and Kerry Hitt wins the Masters in 5th overall. A decisive move indeed, which moves him to just 4 points away from Ernie Francis Jr., scoring no points. Amy Ruman still in the hunt with 74, as is Simon Gregg on 67. Every championship has a winner, and of course Ernie Francis did it again, but it's only made special when somebody pushes you all the way, and that somebody this year was Tommy Dreesy. A brilliant performance by the man from Hollywood. It was as though he wrote his own script. Well, Brainerd, it all came together. You qualified 2nd, and it really was an excellent victory, and a special one for you. You said you felt like you were driving with Jed Copham in the car with you, because obviously that was a fond memory and the reason we went to Brainerd.
Yeah, that was a big win. We had a pretty good fight with a couple of folks, coming through the pack a little bit. Qualified good, didn't get the best start, and Ernie had a problem. We'll take advantage of that, but I really do think we were right there the whole weekend within a couple of tenths. I would have really liked that to be a really great show against me and Ernie, but Ernie had a problem. We'll take the win, but we were within a couple of tenths of each other the whole weekend long, all the way to qualifying. So we really earned that win.
Thanks, Tommy. And if you were wondering, the car behind him is actually his first championship winning car, a Jaguar. that he won his first series championship in. So well done to Tommy there. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from TA as we turn to Road America. Join us in a moment. Suddenly problems for Chris Dyson. Ernie Francis Jr. pulls in, takes his 9th career win.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by 3-Dimensional Services Group. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It's round 4 from the famous and iconic Road America. Road America at over 4 miles is one of the fastest and most challenging circuits in North America. Coming into TA this week, and a local man from near Road America, Denny Lammers, racing for Tony Arve. He started racing late, but he's just as enthusiastic as anyone.
Well, I don't know. I've been coming here since I was about 16 years old, but I didn't start racing here until I was 50. But we do all the engineering, or most of the engineering architectural work here. It's been one of my favorite places forever. It's a long track, great for these kind of motors. I think most of the drivers here will tell you they love this place. Drivers love it. IndyCar drivers love it. They all love it. So this is one of my favorite places on earth.
We turn our attention first to TA. And in that class, it's all been about Chris Dyson. His father raced here in '83, and now Dyson wants pole position ahead of the championship leader, Ernie Francis Jr. There was plenty of others also looking for a good result, Simon Gregg and local hero Denny Lammers. At the end of the session, though, Chris Dyson with the pole for the plaid Ford Mustang.
Really exciting. The car's been fantastic the whole weekend, and I felt really confident going out there today. Tommy and Ernie go out, they always keep you honest, but I knew we had a little bit in our hands today, and we put it to good work.
So the grid looks like this. Chris Dyson in pole, Tommy Dreesy alongside him, then it's Ernie Francis Jr. and Amy Ruman on row 2, Cliff Evan and Simon Gregg, and Matthew Burtson and Kerry Hitt in 8th position. Dyson determined to get back to winning ways, especially as this man, Tommy Dreesy, won last time out at Brainerd, and this man, Ernie Francis Jr., has 2 wins under his belt. Sadly, 3rd in the championship. Amy Ruman in the McNichols 23 Corvette wouldn't even start the race. Transmission problems for her meant she didn't get the start. On board then with Tommy Dreesy as we head for the rolling start. Chris Dyson leads them across the strip. Ernie Francis Jr. up to 3rd place, a good clean start. Dreesy in 2nd place and chasing down Chris Dyson out of 5. Under the Corvette bridge, and already Ernie Francis Jr. makes his move up the inside, a very clean maneuver. So the early leaders are Chris Dyson coming into 5, Ernie Francis Jr. in 2nd place, and Tommy Dreesy, Simon Gregg holding 4th place, and in a battle of his own as the field started to spread out. At the back of this group, car number 30, Richard Grant in the Corvette, pushing for a podium position. As we go back on board with Tommy Dreesy, trying desperately to get on level terms with Ernie Francis Jr., and he almost does it, or does he? Yes, Dreesy goes through at turn 2, nicely done. Also keeping an eye on Cliff Evan, the local man from Appleton, Wisconsin. Caution came out, and that bunched them all together. So after the restart, it was Dyson, Dreesy, and Francis Jr. But Francis Jr. had more mechanical gremlins, and so too with this man on the very last lap, going into Speedville at turn 9. Dreesy spins it and would finish 6th, leaving Chris Dyson to march on to what would be a very solid victory. Francis Jr. tried to keep him honest, but today it was all about Chris Dyson and the plaid number 20, taking the checkered flag for his first win of the year. Ernie Francis Jr. in 2nd. Cliff Evan from Wisconsin takes 3rd, Simon Gregg 4th, and Denny Lammers in 5th. Dyson now back into contention in 4th position. Ernie Francis Jr. still leads with 118. Dreesy second, Simon Gregg now third, and Amy Ruman dropping to 5th after that non-start. Well, it doesn't get much better than a pole position and a win at the most iconic circuit in America, Road America. Well done to Chris Dyson, and he's with me now. Chris, it all came together finally at Road America.
Yeah, that was a great weekend for us. You know, the car was just dynamite from the word go, and you know we had some real speed there the last couple of years, and I felt like this year we put it all together and had a comprehensively great weekend. I think that, you know, what Road America demonstrated is what the team and myself, what we can do when we don't have problems. You know, we just want to start putting weekends like that together, because I think that's how we can contend for the title.
Chris Dyson leads them across the strip. Already Ernie Francis Jr. makes his move, taking the checkered flag for his first win. And a warm welcome to the latest action from the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Round 5 from Virginia International Raceway. Without a doubt, one of America's most iconic circuits. Opened back in the late 50s, the drivers love to race round VIR, and you can see why. It swoops through the woods along back straight before heading back down roller coaster to finish a lap of this brilliant 3.27 mile track. We turn our attention to TA and VIR Racing as they have built a car for Boris Said and Paul Menard.
Yeah, so it's an interesting weekend for sure, but obviously Pancho Weaver builds beautiful race cars. What he does with what he has is pretty incredible. Boris put a P1 today in the rain. Boris will race it tomorrow on Saturday, and I'll race it on Sunday. So really excited to be back in Trans Am. It's been, I think, 18 years since I've been back in the garage, so excited for that. I tell everybody this is just pure racing. Cars don't have any gimmicks to them. It's a lot of horsepower. There's good grip, but not great grip. So you can still slide the cars around a lot. From pretty much everything I've driven on asphalt, they're probably the most fun cars I've driven, and just excited to be back.
And in qualifying, his teammate Boris Said, the legend, did the business for VIR Racing, taking the Dodge Challenger to pole position ahead of championship leader Ernie Francis Jr. Chris Dyson in 3rd in the Ford Mustang. Heading out for Saturday's race, as you heard, qualifying was wet, but as you can see, it was dry for race time. 100-mile race, and Boris Said dives straight into the lead in the Dodge Challenger, followed closely by Chris Dyson in 2nd place as we go on board with Chris in 2nd, with Ernie Francis Jr. just behind in 3rd, and then Tommy Dreesy 2nd in the championship and 4th on the road from the start. Chris Dyson trying to get on level terms with Boris Said early on. Sadly, though, Al Masood going off in the number 21 early on. Grass was very wet after the heavy rain from the day before, and he parks it up and is out of race 1. Chris Dyson coming up on traffic, and that would be a factor throughout the race. And Boris Said already through, and you can see they're piling up behind Mark Drummond in the BMW, and sadly for Chris Dyson, he loses 2 places as both Dreesy and Ernie Francis Jr. use the back marker to their advantage, and sadly Dyson now getting past Drummond, and that's lost him a lot of time. He'll be spinning in the cockpit there for sure. And now Dyson's got some more work to do as he tries to get past Dreesy. Dreesy makes a mistake, goes wide, and that's 1 place made up, and he now goes in pursuit of Ernie Francis Jr. Looks as though Dreesy's got it going. He has. Adrian Lostowski just going through there. And here's a good battle. Larry Bailey parked up on the side of the track there in his Corvette, but Amy Ruman in 4th place in her Corvette, being chased by John Bokum as we look high above this VIR circuit. Dreesy making some inroads now and starting to get back on track as he goes past the number 30 of Richard Grant. Bailey still stuck out there, and another crash, this time for the number 4 of Matthew Butson, the West Championship leader. Kerry Hitt also with a problem, but so too Dreesy, and Al Masood off at NASCAR Turn 2. In fact, 3 cars off, as well as Boutsen. It's Dreesy and Al Masood all out, but the big one is second in the championship. Dreesy, he may not get out of that, and they black flag the race and have to restart. And at the restart, Ernie Francis Jr., who took the lead on lap 19, still ahead of Boris Said, with the plaid-sponsored number 20 Ford Mustang of Chris Dyson in 3rd place. So Ernie Francis Jr. took his opportunity in traffic on lap 19 up the inside at turn 1, and Boris Said now defending from Chris Dyson. In 4th place, Amy Ruman. Simon Gregg is behind her in 5th place. Then in 6th is John Boken, but here comes Tommy Dreesy from 7th, under the bridge, under power, and Dreesy's back up to 6th place now. Good recovery from the Californian. Time running out though, and Chris Dyson tries to make a move on Boris Said. Is he going to make it stick? Said closes the door, nicely driven. And of course Dyson fighting Ernie Francis Jr. for the championship. Boris making a one-off run with Poncho Weaver. And try as he might, Dyson can't get past. He might do it down the back straight here, the long back straighter here at VIR. He'll tuck in and try and get the draft. Here he comes. Now, can Boris take the inside line into roller coaster? He does just that, and Dyson can do nothing about it. And here comes Ernie Francis Jr. looking for his 45th career win. And extending that championship, takes the checkered flag, and Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing team. Dad and the team delighted with that. Confirmation then, Ernie Francis Jr. with the win, Boris Said 2nd, and Chris Dyson, try as he might, stays 3rd. Amy Ruman 4th, Boken 5th, and Greg 6th. VIR, a double-header, and the all-class race for TA on Sunday saw Ernie Francis Jr. out front. A good battle for the podium between the Corvette of Amy Ruman and the Mustang of Chris Dyson. Dyson through to 2nd, chasing down Ernie Francis Jr., but he couldn't catch him, and it was a double win for Francis Jr. to consolidate his lead in the championship.
At that point, there was still a long way to go, but you really cracked it that weekend. And point-wise, you dominated. And I think really kind of not put it to bed, but put it beyond everybody else having to really, really do something special. Was it that? Did you feel that way about VIR, and how did the weekend go?
I've never really been the fastest at VIR. It was always a track that I kind of struggled at a little bit. So I didn't really expect too much. Plus, going into it, we had a crazy driver lineup on our team. We had 7 cars going into that weekend running with us. So I knew it was just going to be a busy weekend, really hectic. And I knew my guys were going to be kind of split up all over working on all these different cars. So I knew I had to try and keep my car safe so we didn't have to pull away from the other guys' cars to work on mine. Like I said, the car was just flawless and really a great weekend for us. It kind of really, I'd say, catapulted us into the lead of the championship pretty solidly, and really kind of put the first foot in for locking up the championship for this year.
Under the bridge, under power. Al Masood going off. And extending that championship, takes the checkered flag. Hello and a warm welcome to the Circuit of the Americas for our coverage of TA. A staggered start, as always, between TA and the GT classes. And on board immediately with Tommy Dreesy, who got in a scuffle with Amy Ruman on the opening lap for 3rd place. Amy Ruman coming off worst. Into the lead goes Boris Said, ahead of the Breathless Championship leader, Ernie Francis Jr., with Chris Dyson as we go on board with him. The plaid number 20 Ford Mustang right behind in 3rd place, going down the back straight and into turn 12. Big moment for Dreesy as he misses his braking point, goes wide, almost spins it, then stalls it, but gets it going again. Tommy Dreesy also in the championship hunt. Though Ernie Francis Jr. has a good, strong points lead. Several places lost then by Dreesy, but back on the road, back to chasing down the rest of the field. Trouble for Chris Dyson from 3rd place as he walks away from his Ford Mustang and gets it towed away. That at turn 8. And meanwhile, the battle between Boris Said and Ernie Francis Jr. was just hotting up with 11 laps to go. Just half a second between them, and less than that at times. This was the closest Ernie got. Through turn 8, he comes alongside Boris Said, and then into 9, just gets his nose ahead, but Boris, using all his guile, comes over 10. And in the distance, here they come side by side into turn 11. Ernie Francis Jr. or Boris Said, and Ernie gets ahead at turn 11 and takes the lead, but side by side the cut back, the switch back by Boris Said. And they would go wheel to wheel down the back straight, with eventually Boris Said winning the battle into 12. Meanwhile, Tommy Greasy was getting back the places and up to third with 4 laps to go, having trouble with the car in qualifying. Never happy all weekend long, Tommy Greasy, but he did salvage a third place here at COTA, managing to get back into the action, although he was a long way back from Ernie Francis Jr. That said, with Chris Dyson third in the championship out of this race, second place Tommy Greasy on 149 points, this podium would be critical in the championship chase. He would finish third overall. Ernie Francis Jr. had a mechanical towards the end and dropped down 32 seconds behind this man. Boris Said winning at COTA for the first time for Boris, and back-to-back for Poncho Weaver.
It's funny that we can help each other off the track, but we'll gladly put each other in the wall on the track, so it's a great series.
So look at the standings after 7 rounds. Ernie Francis Jr. with 215 now. Tommy Greasy still second with 172, but Simon Gregg moves to third on 153 ahead of Ruman, Dyson, Hitt, Grant, Masood, Bokum and Said.
COTA, I think you did a really good job of getting in trouble, you and Amy coming together early on, but then recovering to an excellent result, really, considering.
It was such a close racing incident that happened in the beginning. You know, I felt bad. I talked to Amy, you know, we're good. Unfortunately for her, she spun. I didn't. I got in a little bit of trouble for that, you know, because I think that I had this situation in hand where maybe I could have backed out more. I really did do everything I could to not get together. But I put my head down. We went all the way to the back of the pack and we finished on the podium. So that was a great comeback, you know.
Well, no question, Tommy loves his racing and his cars. Congratulations, but I'm sure what he loves most, of course, is that Burton Racing team that have brought him that success. Well done to Tommy and to the team, and I'm sure they'll be back in action again next season. Boris Said ahead of the breathless championship leader, winning at COTA for the first time for Boris.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by 3-Dimensional Services Group. Prototype, production, proven.
Hey everyone, welcome to our review of the 2020 Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Now the TA2 class has always been hotly contested as our flagship series. And once again in 2020, despite COVID, it turned out to be a highly competitive year. Let's head back to February when times were a little different.
A new decade of motor racing begins and Trans Am roars into the roaring 20s from Sebring, where it all began in 1966. New teams and new faces for TA2. One of the new faces, but with lots of experience, is Charlotte, North Carolina's Mike Skeen, as he joins Stevens Miller in the Chevrolet Camaro.
I didn't know for sure going into the session if we had the speed for the pole. I knew we'd be up front somewhere, but there's a lot of strong guys here. Nevertheless, really excited to put the Liqui Moly Turn 14 Camaro up front for Stevens Miller Racing. I haven't been in a TA2 car for a couple of years, so learning how the tire works over the course of the race is something for me to figure out a little bit on the fly. But I am comfortable in these cars, and I know how to work the strategy over the race distance, so hopefully we can just get a nice clean field, get a good start to our season, bag some points.
At At the start of TA2, a really close one. Mike Skeen in pole position in the 77 Camaro, then gets pressure from Thomas Merrill and the Mustang on the inside, and from the outside, Cameron Lawrence going round the outside to try and take the position himself. A three-way battle through turn one, Skeen just holding on. Then comes Lawrence on the outside of two, but the 77 of Mike Skeen in the Liqui Moly colours takes the lead, then wheel-to-wheel stuff. Lawrence gets knocked to the outside and through goes Merrill in the 81 to take second place. A brilliant start and a spinner at the back, the Mustang of Jim Gallagher going round. The three leaders would pull away from the rest of the field with Skeen holding on for the lead, but for not long, because Merrill on the inside again as he did at turn one, this time making it stick. A superb move on Skeen to take the lead, and the Mustang of Merrill slipping and sliding his way into the lead in this close fight into turn two. Merrill makes it stick. Excellent stuff. Lawrence still there in third place. And from overhead, you can see the gap. The three of them have pulled away. Lawrence still, though, in touch with the two leaders. Out, though, goes Scott Lagacy Jr. He had brake problems earlier in the weekend, and it looks as though they've reoccurred. The 92 would not finish. Lap 23 and massive drama coming into 7 for Doug Winston in the number 98 Chevrolet Camaro as he spins into the tyre wall, and we thought that would do it and we'd finish under safety. But amazingly, a restart on the penultimate lap leaves Merrill a chance to get away from Skeen, and get away he did. Brilliant restart by Thomas Merrill, and we thought this would be it, but there was one more twist in the tail to come. Into third place again goes Cameron Lawrence. But watch this on board as we go with Cameron Lawrence into turn two, and in the distance, the leader of all people, Thomas Merrill, spinning out on cold tyres, and that would end his race weekend in misery. Now, everybody close together on this final lap and a chance for some more overtakes. Here's one, Rafa Matos and Misha Goikerberg. Rafa Matos on the outside, trying to take Misha Goikerberg, but Goikerberg holds on brilliantly in the number 10. The Canadian holding off the former champion, but Rafa Matos wasn't done. He knew he needed one more chance. Meanwhile, the leaders were up the road and gone, and Lawrence could do nothing to close in on Mike Skeen. Coming into the last corner, look at this, Rafa Matos, Silverhair Racing, the new team, Rafa Matos driving like a champion and takes third place at the line, but taking the win on his return to Trans Am, Mike Skeen from Charlotte, North Carolina in the Liqui Moly Chevrolet Camaro by Stevens Miller. Confirmation of the result then, Chevrolet in 1, 2, 3 and 4, Goikerberg taking fourth place, then Anderson, Doug Peterson, Savegian in 7th place, then Peter Kloot. Jet Nolan, the 15-year-old, gets into the top 10 ahead of John Atwell. Well, Mike, looking back to Sebring, you got a little bit of luck at the end, of course, with Merrill going off while leading, but you got to be in the right place at the right time, and you and the team had looked as though you hit the ground running right from the get-go. So it must have been a good winter in preparation for the first round.
Right out of the box, we got off to a great start at Sebring, sat on the pole with a brand new car. I'd literally turned no miles on our Hal Racing chassis before that weekend. And so there were a lot of unknowns going into the race itself. I didn't have a full stint distance on the tires, and just wanted to get out there and get a feel for how the race was going to flow. But Thomas took it out on himself and put the car off track, so we got an easy inheritance on the lead. We're able to secure a win and lead the championship right from the start, which is exactly what we wanted to do.
Massive drama coming into 7th, taking the win on his return to Trans Am. Hello and a warm welcome to round 2 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli from the Mid-Ohio Sports Course. After 4 months of lockdown, Trans Am is finally back to racing with all the competitors raring to go at Mid-Ohio. We turn our attention to TA2. Wet and dry conditions made it difficult for the drivers throughout the weekend, and a very slippery track when dry also because it hadn't been used. But Rafa Matos took the pole with a 125.5.
Extremely pleased for this moment. I think the Silverhair crew deserve it. They definitely have done their homework during this period that we're locked at home.
onto the race, and a brilliant start by Rafa Matos as he gets a march on the rest of the field. Chased by Thomas Merrill, Mike Skeen, the championship leader, would go round the outside of turn 4 to take second place. Slotting into third was Thomas Merrill, and just behind Scott Lagacy Jr. with JP Southern and Cameron Lawrence in a battle of their own just behind. On board with Merrill now as he went in pursuit of Mike Skeen, the championship leader. Lawrence and JP Southern, the 18-year-old new to Trans Am, taking on the mighty Cameron Lawrence with all his experience and doing a very good job. Sad news for Doug Peterson and the three-dimensional services crew as he would putter to a stop and go back into the pits. Meanwhile, Thomas Merrill was showing great form, using all the power of the Ford Mustang in a straight line down the back straight to take Skeen for second place and go in pursuit of Rafa Matos. JP Southern was in trouble as Cameron Lawrence came alongside out of the keyhole, but somehow the young 18-year-old held on as they headed down the back straight. Merrill soon caught Matos, and Lagacy and Skeen were soon at it, and the 92, Scott Lagacy Jr., brilliant display of racing craft as he goes past Mike Skeen. Meanwhile, up front, Rafa Matos was in trouble. His power steering had gone, and he was physically having to muscle his muscle car around, and it was losing him time and places. Scott Lagacy Jr. going through. By now, Skeen had dropped to fourth and was getting desperate into the keyhole. He outbrakes himself. Somehow, Matos avoids him, but Skeen is off into the dirt, but recovers well. Meanwhile, Matos's problems had got worse. Finally, an electrical problem brought him to a halt, and he went back to the pits. Meanwhile, that brought out a caution in the late stages of the race. And a lot of discussion, as by now, Thomas Merrill led the race with Rafa Matos out. Lagacy behind, and Skeen back up to third place. A restart, a green-white restart, unexpected perhaps, and so too was the off for Misha Goikerberg and Jet Nolan. Very fast and very scary. Both men okay. Closing stages, turn 7, and a mistake by the leader, Thomas Merrill, and he goes off into the gravel and out of the race. Disaster for Merrill, and that left Skeen and Lagacy to fight it out for the win. Lagacy held on, and as they headed into the carousel, Lagacy thought he'd won. The officials decided that, sadly for Lagacy, the scoring recheck determined that the time had expired prior to the checkered flag, and therefore the race director deemed that the results went back to the last completed lap, giving Thomas Merrill the victory, Scott Lagacy taking second, and Mike Skeen third.
It's a pretty special weekend for us. These things are a blast. You got to run qualifying laps every lap and just not make mistakes, so it's pretty fun. Thanks to M1, K-Tech. We got a heck of a crew here. It's a lot of fun.
So with 2 rounds gone, Mike Skeen leads the way in the Camaro with 61 points ahead of Thomas Merrill in second place, and then Misha Goikerberg in third ahead of Rafa Matos, the former champion, with 42 points. Then comes Cameron Lawrence. Well, mid-Ohio must have been heart attack stuff for you because it was up and down weather-wise throughout the weekend, and then Mike got a problem right at the end there, but it still turned out to be a pretty decent weekend.
Hats off to Trans Am for getting us back to racing at Mid-Ohio, really throwing a wonderful event. A little bit of controversy with the finishing order on that one, but at the end of the day, we again proved to ourselves that we have a car that can win races. We're still capable of getting those podium finishes, which are absolutely crucial for your championship pursuit. And at the end of the day, we left there with a relatively clean race car, and that was good.
Gets a march on the rest. Very fast, and he goes off. Hello and a warm welcome to round 3 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, which this week comes from Brainerd International Raceway in Minnesota. Built way back in 1968, Trans Am have been coming here since 1969. Going into qualifying, only 6 of the drivers involved this weekend had ever raced at Brainerd, including this man, Mike Skeen, in the Liqui Moly Turn 14 Chevrolet Camaro, but he learned it quickly. Taking the pole with a 1:30.853, the Sebring winner was on great form.
Drivers, start your engines.
An emotional start to the weekend by the Copham family. Jed Copham, of course, we are racing as a tribute to him. the owner of the track, who passed away and was a Trans Am driver himself. Rafa Matos on board with him as he starts on the second row, but Skeen leads them to the start. Merrill on the outside. And a good start from both Scott Lagasse Jr. and Jet Nolan. Look at Jet Nolan on the outside of Matos and gets past Matos at the start. But look at Lagasse. Lagasse steals a march on everybody. He's got ahead of Merrill. He's got ahead of Skeen. And it's the number 92, Scott Lagasse Jr., who leads them into turn 3 for the first time. Matos still fighting with Jet Nolan, the 16-year-old, showing no respect for his elders. He gets out of shape. Let's take a look at the start again from Lagasse's point of view. He just got better traction as they were fighting above. Skeen was fighting off Merrill, and Lagasse just chose to pass both of them into turn 2. A brave maneuver, but an excellent start by Lagasse Jr., just what he needed. Back to the action then. Back in the day, it's been 3 years since Trans Am have been here, but as I said before, we've been coming here as a series since 1969. Maurice Hull spins round, and it was a power steering problem for him, but he gets going again. Battles throughout the field as Tommy Sheehan in the all-yellow 97 tries to hold off Edward Savajian as they dive through turn 10. But then, at 11, drama for Tommy Sheehan as he goes off track, a mistake on his own, allowing Savajian right through. And more to come at turn 12. The leader, Scott Lagasse Jr., brakes too late and outbrakes himself, goes wide and gives away the lead. Maurice Hull now in the pits with that power steering problem. And Savajian would also bring out a yellow flag with 10 laps to go, and that meant a 9-lap sprint, and it was between these two men. Merrill leading, but look at this. Skeen, textbook overtake at 3, and once he got into the lead, he never looked back. An excellent overtake and an excellent run by Mike Skeen to take his second win of the season. Winner at Sebring, and now winner at Brainerd International Raceway. A delighted Stevens Miller Racing applaud his victory, and that moves him to the top of the championship, now with 96 points ahead of Thomas Merrill and Rafa Matos in third. Confirmation of the result then, Mike Skeen with the win over Thomas Merrill second, Rafa Matos on the podium in third, and Scott Lagasse in fourth. And overall in the championship, Mike Skeen now moves to 96 points ahead of Thomas Merrill in second in the Ford Mustang with 78, and Rafa Matos is third with 67 points. Cameron Lawrence, Jet Nolan and Scott Lagasse still very much in the hunt. On to round 3 at Brainerd, and in many ways the perfect weekend, pole position and the win at a place we hadn't raced in a few years.
Going into the week, we had a great performance. The car was really working well. We gained on top of some of the performance that we had at Mid-Ohio. Car was working really, really well. We put the car on pole. Did not get off to the best start. Had a few cars slip by us. Again, just trying to be it smart, not get into any trouble in the first couple laps. Everybody banging doors. So just trying to keep the car clean. Wasn't necessarily easy. We definitely had to work to get back to the lead after the start, but the car was probably one of the better cars we had all year, so that helped a lot.
Gets past Matos. Drama for Tommy Sheehan. Applaud his victory.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by 3-Dimensional Services Group. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome to round 4 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, which this week comes from the fabled Road America. Now, one of the newcomers to TA2 this year is making a name for himself. It's Nashville, Tennessee, Scott Borchetta in the Big Machine Vodka Chevrolet Camaro number 48. He knows, though, that this will be a big challenge.
Well, this is the first time we've done a big race here at Road America. So again, the learning curve is super steep and a super fast track. So, we've got some goals for qualifying. I'd like to be around top 15, That's, if we can be in that group, that's really where I want to be right now. So yeah, this is my biggest challenge for sure.
In qualifying, Mike Skeen qualified in 3rd position behind Rafa Matos, who took a front row start. But it was Cameron Lawrence celebrating his 28th birthday in the three-dimensional services group Ford Mustang with a 2:12.207, who took the pole.
We got a lot of track time this weekend, which was good for us because we had a lot of work to do, but these guys have been working really hard all year long, so it's good to finally have it pay off and keep us up front for a qualifying session. Worked on our race pace, and we were pretty decent then, so I think we've only made the car better through the weekend, and hopefully we can keep it there.
On to the race then as we go on board with Tyler Casera from 9th position. Of course, Tyler, a runner-up in the E Championship, but now mixing it with the big boys in the real deal. Cross the line then, Cameron Lawrence on the inside, Skeen on the outside. In the run down to the right-hander, Rafa Matos missed the pre-grid and had to start at the back, but look at him go round the outside, making places very quickly indeed. Peterson making a good start, getting by Ty Gibbs right at the start, but sadly, drama for both the three-dimensional service group men, as out goes Cameron Lawrence, a tap from his teammate, and both cars out. Disaster for the pole man, in comes Lawrence, and it's game over for both the cars. Not a good day at Road America for three-dimensional services group. And another big incident, 4 cars involved in this one. Jim Gallagher, Scott Borchetta, Dudley Fleck, and Jet Nolan, all concertina into each other at turn 5. Out comes the safety car. The cars are cleared away, and back to racing on board with Thomas Merrill at the restart. Merrill looking for positions, but it was Skeen who led from Mayer. Tyler Casera in 3rd position in the number 4. Sam Mayer, the young 17-year-old, putting a lot of pressure on Mike Skeen early on. Meanwhile, Matos had made it up to 4th place, gets past Casera, and then on the inside, past Mayer, and would lead on lap 14 ahead of Skeen. But then, once Matos got into the lead, there was big drama to come through the fastest part of the circuit. A dab on the brakes by Matos. Skeen hits the back of him, and that causes another concertina effect. Sam Mayer right in the middle of it, Casera going off, Skeen going off, Matos gets away, but then real drama for 17-year-old. Look at this in the mirrors. Flames starting to come out of the back of the car, and suddenly he's engulfed. A really scary moment. Luckily, the youngster is able to climb to safety very quickly, but that, of course, brought out the red flag. And such was the carnage that it ended the race. Here's another look at it from Tyler Casera. Nowhere to go. He takes out Skeen. Skeen also out. Thomas Merrill involved. And here's the view from Skeen's point of view. Nowhere to go. And as you can see, Tyler Casera sliding down with him. Thomas Merrill also involved. He couldn't avoid hitting Sam Mayer. Mayer spun round and was just a target for the following field. And that was the aftermath of what was a big, big incident. As per the rules, the results go back a lap, and that means Mike Skeen wins ahead of Sam Mayer with Rafa Matos in 3rd position. All the drivers walked away from that big incident, but Mike Skeen improves his championship, moving to 129 points over Thomas Merrill with 98, Rafa Matos now 3rd with 94, and Scott Lagacy Jr. in the hunt on 70. So with the red flag, it goes back a lap, and you're declared the winner, but the car is destroyed. Tell us what happened next.
Leaving the Road America weekend, all of the Stevens Miller racing cars were banged up in some form or another, some pretty heavily, including my own Liqui Turn 14 Camaro. Joe was in a tough spot with, what to do with all this equipment. The decision was made to, move my car to a Mustang chassis, body and motor. We just thought it would be an all-around good thing to try out the Mustang platform and see if that would work for us, and just move forward through 2020 and make the most of it in that regard.
So tell me about the process of swapping the cars out to a Mustang, and how you managed to sort of juggle everything to get ready to go back again racing in VIR.
We had to replace the majority of the body panels and the suspension and parts of the chassis and parts of the engine, and it was a huge financial burden for us. It was really tough to overcome, and on top of that, we decided we were going to unbox a brand new K-Tech Ford engine. So Of course, we wanted to put a new body on it, the Ford Mustang body, and that's how we finished the rest of the year following Road America. But I guess it should be said that all the drivers that were involved in that big wreck, as crazy as it was, everybody walked away. There were very few injuries, if really any. And, you know, everybody got to race again, and that's the most important. And I think it speaks volumes to the safety of the cars. And
and a warm welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli as we turn to round 5 from Virginia International Raceway. Watkins Glen did not take place, therefore this weekend would be an important doubleheader for our biggest class, TA2. And once again, all eyes would be on Mike Skeen from Charlotte, North Carolina in the Liqui Moly Turn 14 Ford Mustang. He's led all season long and got extra points for pole in the wet. So the grid looks like this. Mike Skeen and alongside him, Rafa Matos on the front row. Then comes Cameron Lawrence, he's in contention too. And then two newcomers, Tyler Casera and Connor Mosack in 5th position ahead of JP Southern in 6th. We're on board with Mike Skeen for the start of this one. Up go the revs, on goes the power, but Rafa Matos gets a better start. And Skeen will have to slot into 2nd place and does so as Rafa Matos in the silver hair. Chevrolet Camaro takes the lead and leads this massive field through Horseshoe for the first time. In 2nd place, it's Mike Skeen. As they come into NASCAR for the first time, Tyler Casera's got a good start. He's up to 3rd place. Cameron Lawrence challenging already. JP Sutton's in the mix. There's Thomas Merrill in the all-blue. Everybody safely through the first few corners into turn 11 now, and Skeen, as we head down the back straight, has got a chance early on to see if he can get past Rafa Matos. Can't quite do it though, as you can see, back on the main straight. And Skeen losing out to Casera. Casera under power, really good overtake on the main straight. Back comes Skeen on the inside at Horseshoe. And that was good racing between the pair of them. Casera will keep his foot in if he can. And trying to go round the outside. Next it's the left-hander at NASCAR. As we're on board with Cameron Lawrence in 4th place, Casera does go back through to 2nd. And so Casera now in pursuit of Rafa Matos. And look at the top 5. Nothing separating, 7 of them now as they go on the back straight again. But it's still Rafa Matos leading the way as we go back on board with Cameron Lawrence. Now challenging Skeen. Now, I'm not sure what's going on with Skeen, but in a straight line, he's definitely slower as Lawrence keeps his foot in. Can he get past down through roller coaster? Oh, and that was a roller coaster ride for Lawrence, and he does get through on Skeen. The championship leader in trouble here at VIR. Merrill behind is the next man to try and challenge him. Here comes the 81, and sure enough, Thomas Merrill from California takes the Ford Mustang past Mike Skeen, the championship leader, so I don't know what's wrong with Skeen in the Mustang, but something maybe mechanical. Remember, they set up for pole in the wet, and maybe his dry setup isn't as good. Here comes Casera once again. Tyler Casera challenging Rafa Matos. He went up the inside and made it stick last time out, and he's done it again. Tyler Casera takes the lead. The man who was runner-up in the Esports Championship, which he did in March earlier this year. But he's never done a full season. And look at him glide past the 2018 champion, Rafa Matos. Sadly, parking up the number 12. That's Alex Wright from Ohio parking it up. Merrill on Lawrence, can't quite do it. Lawrence holds on, and at the checkered flag, Tyler Casera from Manheim, Pennsylvania, takes his first ever Trans Am win in style. Dad and the little team are very, very happy. Tyler Casera then with the win over Rafa Matos. Cameron Lawrence in 3rd place over Thomas Merrill in 4th. And Connor Mosack taking 5th place ahead of Mike Skeen in 6th.
Literally my crew chief is my dad. We got my best friend here, Dan. My grandfather's over there. My uncle Pete is over here. You know, we would love to go do next year and you know, we need a little bit of help for that. But I think, at least today, I think we proved that we belong here and that we're capable of winning. And I'm just so happy. I'm really speechless.
Congratulations then to Team Casera, a great win here at VIR, and I'm sure more to come. And there was plenty more to come because an all-class doubleheader for the Sunday race. A lot of traffic out there. We go on board with Cameron Lawrence, who was vying to improve on his previous result here at VIR. Likewise, the race 1 winner at VIR, Tyler Casera, in the hunt for another podium. Cameron Lawrence in the end would finish 3rd in the number 8 three-dimensional services car. Casera would be 2nd, but it was a victory for the championship leader, Mike Skeen, to extend his lead. Well, race 2 at VIR must have been one of your best performances, from 18th all the way to the front in an all-class battle. How did you pull that off?
Bob Lima, one of the other Stevens Miller Racing customers, was generous enough to let me use his car. Unfortunately, that meant the car change I had to switch and start at the back of the field. Just adds in a whole nother element, and then kind of played into our hands that there was a late race restart from a full course yellow. So that really put us back in the hunt, was able to get something, got by Cameron immediately on the run down, to the start finish basically, and then going down to turn 1, catching some traffic, just sorting through all the SGT cars. Tyler Casera went out left and I dove underneath to the right. Was able to slip by him, and he didn't even really realize, which was good, because for first couple of laps I had the lead and he didn't even really notice. So that was probably one of the most rewarding races of the year for us.
Put in if he can. Wow, really good overtake. Done it again. A great win here at VIR. Hello and a warm welcome to the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, for the latest round of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It's round 7, and we've got a bumper field because it also includes the Western Championship, round 5. Michael Self getting it wrong out of 12, but righting himself during qualifying. And we welcome back Paul Tracy, out of retirement after 2 years away from Trans Am. Big weekend for Rafa Matos and the Silver Hair Racing team. The car number 7, though, having problems in qualifying, not getting many laps in, and having to settle for 3rd overall as he goes in pursuit of Mike Skeen. Talking of chasing Mike Skeen, Cameron Lawrence was the closest man to him in the number 8 three-dimensional services car. He takes a front row start, but no one could stop the championship leader, Mike Skeen of Stevens Miller Racing. Stevens Miller won the championship with Mark Miller here at COTA last year. They continued that form with another pole position here in 2020. A brilliant 2:12.9 by Mike Skeen takes pole position ahead of Cameron Lawrence. Rafa Matos in 3rd place. Paul Tracy returns brilliantly in 4th place. And JP Sutton rounds out the top 5 for qualifying. Here we go then. Rolling start here at COTA for TA2 as we go on board with Paul Tracy. He'll start on the 2nd row. Mike Skeen defending from Cameron Lawrence. Good start from Rafa Matos. He comes to the inside, and the Silver Hair Racing team take the lead with the Brazilian Rafa Matos. Cameron Lawrence going wide and getting onto the dirt, and just getting out of shape, but recovers well. But it's going to be Rafa Matos who leads. On board again with Paul Tracy, losing out a place or 2 at the start there. He's down in 5th now. But it's Rafa Matos from Cameron Lawrence and the championship leader Mike Skeen in trouble. Oh, round goes to 31 of the Texan, Elias Anderson, in the Ford Mustang. And if he can't get that started, that's going to bring out the safety car. The race continues, though, as we go on board with Cameron Lawrence coming into 12. A chance to overtake. Rafa defends, and there's touch for a moment, but Cameron Lawrence squeezes his way through. Wow, that was a little bit of muscle car muscle there from Cameron Lawrence. And sure enough, Elias Anderson needs a tow, and that will put us back into safety. And the pace car will come out, and everything will slow down. Damage, it looks like, to Michael Self's number 99. He had problems in qualifying, and now he's got a bit of the front of the car rubbing against his tyres. We go for the restart. Here comes Mike Skeen. Rafa cuts across to defend from Cameron Lawrence, and Rafa holds on. There you can see the damage to the 99 of Michael Self. Everybody cleanly through turn 1. Here comes Paul Tracy. He gets past Michael Self with that damage. And oh no, another incident. This time the 63 of Rudy Ravak and the number 23 of Kurt Voigt in the Ford Mustang. So another restart, and Cameron Lawrence will have to do it all again. Here comes Rafa for a similar move that he did at the start, but Cameron closes it off this time. Nicely done by Cameron Lawrence in the three-dimensional services Ford Mustang. Same scenario the following lap, and here comes Rafa Matos, and this time Cameron Lawrence doesn't close him off, in fact goes wide, and Rafa goes through at turn 2 to take the lead here at COTA. Ooh, and Jim Gallagher in the number 16, also one of the West Coast contenders, goes completely sideways under braking, and I just saw Michelle Abate going through. She's going to win the West Coast, but it's going to be Rafa Matos who wins TA2, ahead of Cameron Lawrence, and our championship leader Mike Skeen, as you can see there in the official results, finishes 3rd overall and maintains his lead. Scott Lagacy Jr. came from the back to 4th. That was a great run. John Paul Southern takes 5th place, John Ackwell in 6th.
I had a really good balance in the car today. We were able to pull away on the restarts. I felt we had the pace for all weekend, but we missed a little bit in qualifying yesterday, but just a really proud moment of this team.
So with 7 rounds gone, Mike Skeen extends his lead to 211 points. Rafa Matos is still in the hunt though with 164, and Cameron Lawrence on 147 ahead of Thomas Merrill on 140. On to COTA and the championship looking ever closer. Rafa on great form and took the race. And for you, maybe just a case of staying out of trouble and getting some consistent points.
When we got to the green on the race, I played a little bit conservative when Rafa went to the inside, and I was kind of getting squeezed in the middle of him and Cameron. So I was happy to drop back to 3rd and kind of follow along and try to stay out of trouble. And it played out that way pretty much most of the race. A couple times I fought my way up to 2nd or something for a time, got by Rafa for a minute, but mostly I spent the race watching the battle between Rafa and Cameron, just trying to stay out of it, but stay in touch in case I need to make a move on something.
Oh, round goes to 31, and Rafa goes through. But it's going to be Rafa Matos who wins TA2.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by 3-Dimensional Services Group. Prototype, production, proven.
Welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli as we turn our attention to TA2 in round 8. The finale weekend for Trans Am TA2. Mike Skeen has led all season long in the Liqui Moly Camaro, but there was plenty chasing him down. The gap between he and Rafa Matos, just 48 points, with 70 up for grabs over the weekend. Cameron Lawrence on good form as well. He too wanted to finish his season on a high. And there was a new man making his debut in the Mustang, Franklin Futrell, a former instructor here at Road Atlanta, knows the circuit like the back of his hand, and it showed. Futrell taking 3rd position, just behind this man, Rafa Matos, the only man who can stop Mike Skeen, but it was Skeen who took the 3 points for pole with a 123.507. Perfect November conditions for the race as Mike Skeen takes pole with a 123.507 ahead of Rafa Matos. Franklin Futrell in his first Trans Am race, very, very impressive. And at the race start, Skeen defending his position. Rafa Matos on the right-hand side got a really good start. So did Futrell on the inside. Rafa Matos just touching for a moment. Skeen going through and holding his position. And on board with Cameron Lawrence chasing down Rafa Matos. Lawrence determined to win the final weekend. The field spread it out. Skeen getting a good lead. And Cameron Lawrence coming alongside Rafa Matos and tries an audacious move around the outside at 1 and dives into 2nd place at turn 2. Brilliant maneuver, and Rafa Matos dropped to 3rd. Then suddenly, the following lap, Ray Everingham trying out Trans Am, hits the wall, and the NASCAR Hall of Famer is out in the number 26. Out comes the safety car, and that brought it all to a stop effectively. And at the restart, Mike Skeen would lead again. Cars taking to the grass and the dirt in an effort to try and make up spots. But Skeen led from Cameron Lawrence. Rafa Matos in 3rd place. Lawrence putting some pressure on Skeen as they headed down the S's. Futrell in third place, a really good start by him. Perfect conditions for racing, but then problems for Thomas Merrill. He had contact and there was bodywork rubbing on the tyre, but he managed to stay going in the number 81. Another restart, and this time Cameron Lawrence to the inside of Skeen, and Futrell comes alongside Cameron Lawrence, and Lawrence, who did that audacious move, now gets the same treatment from Futrell, and Futrell goes through to second place. Excellent stuff by the local man from Augusta, Georgia, in the Mustang. Wasn't long though, turn 6, under braking. Textbook overtake by Cameron Lawrence to go back in pursuit of Mike Skeen as the sun went down. Skeen had about a 3-length lead, but that was put paid when Bob Lima got turned around, in fact involved with Cameron Lawrence. Rafa Matos having to take avoiding action. That brought out the safety car again as they dragged Bob Lima's car out of the gravel. Literally a one-lap sprint to the finish now. Skeen would lead them into turn 1. Lawrence, could he try it again? Well, he was going to think about it. Side by side up the hill, and Lawrence gets it done. Cameron Lawrence takes the lead on the final lap. Brilliant maneuver. Lawrence on great form. Rafa Matos third, Futrell in fourth position. Down towards turn 6. Mike Skeen trying to put the pressure on the Mustang of the three-dimensional services number 8. And as they come into 7, a mistake by Cameron Lawrence as he goes wide, under braking, and through goes Skeen back into the lead. It was only a tiny mistake, but it was enough to give Skeen the lead and takes the checkered flag and the championship. A brilliant run by Mike Skeen to take the win over Cameron Lawrence. Rafa Matos takes third, Thomas Merrill fourth despite the damage to his car, and Franklin Futrell would finish 5th. And confirmation, Mike Skeen now on 2:46 with 1 race to go. Rafa Matos can't catch him, but there's going to be a battle for the runner-up spot. Cameron Lawrence still in the hunt with 174, as is Thomas Merrill in 4th. Great day, and as the sun went down at Road Atlanta, it was a peachy day in Georgia for the Donut Man, Mike Skeen, who wins the 2020 TA2 class. For the final race of the year in TA2, Mike Skeen led them away in the Liqui Moly 77 Ford Mustang. Behind him, Cameron Lawrence, with Thomas Merrill, who had damage to his car on Saturday, in third place. Cameron Lawrence on board with him, over 2, chasing down the leader. Lawrence determined to try to see if he could get runner-up spot in the series. Meanwhile, second in the championship, Rafa Matos was fighting in the midfield with Misha Goikerberg and the new youngster, Connor Mosak. With all 5 classes involved, over 45 cars on track, so traffic was an issue. Cameron Lawrence using it to get past Skeen and take the lead of the race. 33 laps to go. It was starting to tighten up at the front. The top 4, nothing between them, with Futrell in the Mustang at the back, Merrill in third, Skeen second, and Cameron Lawrence leading the way. Great weekend for Futrell in his first Trans Am outing, the man from Augusta, Georgia. But then drama for Cameron Lawrence as back comes Skeen under the bridge, a really sneaky move, and away he went. Back into the lead goes Skeen, determined to finish his season on a high with both the championship and the final win. Merrill looks up the inside, can't quite make it happen. Futrell dropping off in 4th position. 27 laps to go, back with Cameron Lawrence again. As they come down the hill to the obvious overtake, problems for Rafa Matos as he goes forward. Same for Misha Goikerberg. Maybe a little oil down, but both men off. Meanwhile, Futrell was now catching Cameron Lawrence. Lawrence trying, with 20 to go, to stay on level terms with Skeen, but this now the battle for 3rd place. More drama on the front straight as Jim Gallagher and Chris Durbin come together. Michelle Abate also spun round on the main straight. Luckily, no big incident, and all 3 got going again. And also Franklin Futrell ended up in the gravel through 10, going on past his braking point and into the gravel and out the other side. But no problems for Mike Skeen, who wins the race ahead of Cameron Lawrence in 2nd place and Rafa Matos of the silver-haired team in 3rd. Confirmation then of the final points. Mike Skeen with 281 over Rafa Matos with 207, and Cameron Lawrence with that second place, goes to third place ahead of Thomas Merrill. So, Mike, what does this championship mean to you, given the strange circumstances of racing in a global pandemic? Not easy, but a great, great championship all the same.
Yeah, it was quite a year. Obviously, the pandemic for everybody was a big deal. Lots of people in the racing industry have really struggled, and so for us to have a strong year was just a great blessing. And then lots of great people around me, obviously Joe Stevens, Gary Stevens, giving me the opportunity to be there, Liquid Moly and Turn 14 distribution, all the crew people that did a fantastic job, my girlfriend Kelly for being there every weekend, supporting the crew, supporting me, and helping with the whole program to bring it all together was just fantastic. And again, having friends and family there to do it with was fantastic.
Massive drama coming into 7. Very fast! Gets past Matos! Oh, round goes to 31. It was a peachy day in Georgia. For Green Light Television and our entire crew, I'm Jonathan Green, and this has been a presentation of the CBS Sports Network, the 24-hour home of CBS Sports.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by Three Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
Hey everyone, welcome to our Trans Am presented by Pirelli review show for 2020. An interesting year for everyone, but a lot of great competition as we turn our attention to the GT classes, and probably the most highly competitive was SGT, and it all kicked off once again in February at Sebring. Round 1 was held at Sebring International Raceway in Florida. We turn our attention to the action from SGT GT and a new class this year, XGT. But first up, SGT. 2 to watch, local favourite Lee Saunders in the Dodge Viper, and of course Mark Bowden in the beverage flavours Porsche 911. In GT, Virginia's Stephen Davidson in the Aston Martin Vantage, and in the all-new XGT class, Eris Joyner in the Porsche 911 GT3, and Canada's Marc Montour in the Aston Martin.
Well, it's very exciting to have a group like Trans Am introducing a series for these GT3 cars. This one is a 215 Aston Martin Vantage. It was actually the factory car back in 2015.
So looking ahead to a great 2020 season, all 3 classes as we head down to the rolling start now, led by Eris Joyner in the white and black Porsche at the front. To his right, the Aston Martin of Marc Montour, and round the outside in the Audi R8 LMS, Ken Thwaites as the 41 from the new man, James Pesic in the Ford Mustang, also gaining some spots in SGT. At the front, Ken Thwaites did take the lead with Joyner just behind, but then a mistake by Thwaites as he hits the grass and the dirt. That slows him right down, and Joyner just shoots on by as they head down to turn 7. Easy move to take the lead at the XGT, but it was close. The Aston Martin was still there in third of Marc Montour of Canada. Meanwhile, a good battle in SGT for second place between Mark Bowden and Lee Saunders. Joyner pulling away from Thwaites as Montour reels him in. And that battle continued as Lee Saunders gets the better at 17 of Mark Bowden. Up the inside, does he make it? Yes, going through. But then a caution still with 56 minutes left. But that didn't slow down Joyner. He pulled away from now second place Marc Montour in the Aston Martin Vantage. In SGT, Lee Saunders, a narrow lead over the Lemons of Love, 44 of Tim Kesman, with Mark Bowden just behind in third place. A great battle in SGT between all three of them. One early finisher, the number 26 of Aaron Pierce in the Chevrolet Corvette, wouldn't get to finish the race. And a good battle here between the 45 of Tim Horrell and just behind him the Ford Mustang of the number 41, James Pesic. Those two going at it. Meanwhile, on board with Stephen Davidson, who borrowed his Aston Martin Vantage because his broke down before the season started, but he was still ploughing through the field. Unfortunately, parking up former leader in GT, Tim Horrell, and also the PF Racing, James Pesic, in the hunt in the Ford Mustang, but not able to finish out at turn 6. Then a major incident at the final corner as the battle for SGT got very, very tight, and sadly, Tim Kesman, as you can see, yanked out of the last corner with that damaged Porsche, and the race would end under safety. Quick check on the results then. Good result for Lee Saunders in the Dodge Viper as he wins in SGT ahead of Mark Bowden, and Adrian Wolotowski taking his first ever career podium. Well done to him. Then in GT, Stephen Davidson in the Aston Martin wins over Bailey Griffin and Tim Horrell. And then in the all-new XGT class, it's a win for Eric Joyner in the Porsche 991 GT3 over Marc Montour of Canada in the Aston Martin Vantage. Well done to all three classes. Perfect start in many ways, qualified second, won the race. Did you arrive at Sebring with a good spring in your step that this was going to be a good year?
You know, Sebring is obviously my home track. It's where I'm most comfortable. We've had a lot of success there. We've actually won multiple times there. We always go into that race hoping that we're going to get a win and knowing that we at least have a chance to do it. So yeah, so we definitely go into that race with a really good spring in our step, hoping that was going to start the season off right.
Round the outside, great battle in SGT. Major incident. Hello and a warm welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Finally, after lockdown, it's round 2 from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course as we turn our attention to XGT, SGT, and the GT class. We start, though, with XGT. With the strong possibility of rain during qualifying, it was a two-headed race between Eric Joyner in a Porsche and Ken Thwaites in his Audi. Joyner was worried about the wet. It was slippy out there in Mid-Ohio.
We have 15 minutes to qualify, and I got behind some traffic. I spun on the outlap. I was just a mess. And so it kind of rocked me a little bit. And this track, it seems like the racing line when it's wet is just icy.
Ken Thwaites took the pole with a time of 2:13.086 in these atrocious conditions. And as we go on board with Eric Joyner, you can see how bad the conditions really were. Interestingly enough, though, in came Ken Thwaites to go onto slicks, and that gave him the lead, and Eric Joyner would soon follow suit. In he came, off came the wets, on went the slicks, and the drying track got faster and faster. Ken Thwaites would lead, but Joyner was catching quickly. And finally, Joyner would take the lead and take victory, his second in a row in XGT. The early leading in SGT was Mark Brumman, GT Tim Horrell, and Chris Dyson was making his way through the field in TA. Conditions improved, but it didn't help Gabriel Jasper in his BMW. He spun round. And there was more drama to come, but Jasper got going again. And Eric Joyner coming out of the carousel, avoiding the traffic and taking victory, his second in a row in XGT. So then, the championship coffees and Tool Porsche 911 GT3R of Eric Joyner wins, and Ken Thwaites in his Franklin Road Apparel Audi R8 GT3 is second, having taken the pole. We move now to SGT. Mark Brumman, making his debut, takes a brilliant win over Adrian Lostowski, who takes his best result ever in the Ford Mustang. Lee Saunders taking third.
We kept going and pretty happy with it. So led most of the race, and even in the XGTs was beating them as well. So it was a good time, definitely a good time.
In the GT class, it was the Breathless Racing Porsche GT4 Club Sport car of Tim Horrell, the paraplegic, taking a brilliant win. The second for Breathless of the weekend. Miguel Aponte Rios in second, and Gabriel Jasper third.
I feel it was amazing. Just held on there at the end. I was having the same problems I was having at Sebring with the car failing, like no power at all. And I was less than an eighth of fuel tank left, so I was limping home. Thank God.
So after 2 rounds in XGT, Eric Joyner leads with 69 points over Ken Thwaites and Mark Montour in third position. And in GT, Tim Horrell leading the way for the Breathless team in that Porsche ahead of Stephen Davidson and Aponte Rios in third. Billy Griffin still in the hunt. And in SGT, Lee Saunders with that win at Sebring and another good result leads by 61 points over Adrian Lostowski in the Mustang with 53. Mark Brumman not far behind in third. The second round, weather was a big factor there. You qualified third, took a second home. So was there any drama there, or how was Mid-Ohio?
Mid-Ohio was a first time for me. I've never been to Mid-Ohio before. We were, then again, same thing. I think we were fastest in official practice in a dry. We did a whole different setup going into Mid-Ohio. Going into that rain race, we actually set up the car planning that it wouldn't rain that long. We did have our tire pressures up. We had not a complete rain setup, but a lot of a dry setup with rain tires, let's say. And as that race went on, towards the end of the race, we went from, I think, 4th or 5th during the start of the race, and we worked our way all the way up to 2nd. And towards the end of the race, we were running our fastest laps.
Off came the wets. Conditions improved. Everyone involved delighted to be back to racing. Hello and a warm welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, which this week comes from round 3 at Brainerd International Raceway, Minnesota. In XGT qualifying, Ken Thwaites took his first ever Trans Am pole.
First one, yeah. I mean, I've been second, finishing order so many times. I did win at COTA, but I've always been pipped at the last minute for pole position in all these races. So this is the first one, man, and I'm glad to get it over with. Got that monkey off my back.
And we were on board throughout the race to watch the Audi GT3 LMS Ultra eat that track up with Ken Thwaites at the wheel. The number 5 Franklin Road Apparel car was on rails throughout the race and never really was challenged. A simple race for Ken Thwaites, taking victory and extending his lead in the championship. In fact, it was his teammate and business partner, Kevin Long, who was his competition. Kevin making one mistake at 12, but going about his business and would still get second place after another good race from him. No question, the Audi R8 is suited to the high-speed corners and the low-speed corners. And Ken Thwaites really having a walk in the park at Brainerd for yet another win. As he came to the checkered flag with ease, he even had time to wave to the tailgates.
It was kind of uneventful, you know. I was kind of in the middle of the Trans Am cars and the SGT cars, and just wanted to, you know, complete the mission, man. Keep it all off the dirty part and keep it on the racetrack and bring it home.
Great story in SGT as Adrian Lostowski had to swap his Mustang, which broke a harmonic balancer, and they drove this Corvette all the way from New York so he could compete against this man, Lee Saunders, in the Dodge Viper. But Lee Saunders was never challenged by the much heavier Corvette, and And Lee Saunders using the ever-ready V10 power to march his way to his second win of the year and his 10th career win in Trans Am. Confirmation of the result then. Lee Saunders in the Landsearch Dodge Viper wins over Adrian Lostowski, who equals his best career second place. Ken Thwaites wins in XGT, and that extends his lead to 93 points over Eric Joyner, with Kevin Long in third place on 29. Lee Saunders now leads with 96 points in the SGT class over Adrian Lostowski, who's on 80. As you're headed to round 3 at Brainerd, obviously you're starting to see a pattern. You've got two good results, and you're leading the championship. But people might argue in a small field as you're racing in that it's easier because there's fewer cars. But the truth of the matter is you're totally watching in your mirrors or watching on your board to see where the other fella is. By then, had that other fella come into your mind in terms of who was going to push you all the way, because in the end it was down to 5 points before going into the final weekend. So going into Brainerd, did you understand that?
Adrian was having a fantastic year already. He finished obviously second in Mid-Ohio, so he gained some points back on me there. And we knew going into Brainerd that from there on out it was just going to be, barring something crazy, a shootout between Adrian and I, and obviously those guys, fantastic guys, super strong team, and Adrian had some problems at Brainerd, but it was able to bring in a backup car and salvage a second. I mean, hats off to those guys. They battled it out to the very end, just like we did it with my crew.
Taking victory and extending his lead.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by Three Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
And welcome to Road America, the latest action from the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli. It's round 4 of the series as we bring you action from XGT, SGT and GT. But we start with XGT. Now in this championship, Ken Thwaites leads after his win last time out at Brainerd. But his arch rival Eric Joyner, the number 10 Porsche, will be out for glory of his own here at the famous circuit. There's also a new man to the fold for Audi, as Ken Thwaites is joined by Josh Hill in the number 15.
Haven't been up to anything quite this high of a level just yet, so getting my feet wet, but each session out we're getting more and more laps on the car, getting more and more comfortable, more confident, so I'm getting there.
In qualifying, it was Eric Joyner who set the pace, a 2:10.103. And that was 0.45 quicker than Ken Thwaites. Thwaites tried to catch him, but today it was the 911 GT3 who took the pole.
It was a good qualifying session. We were a little bit nervous going in, but I got the tires up to temp pretty good, and I just put one flyer in on the 3rd lap, and at the peak of the tire performance, and we just, by a few tenths, got pole.
So this is how they line up. Joyner and Thwaites will go head-to-head in the Porsche and the Audi. Lee Saunders leads SGT ahead of the veteran Lou Gigliotti. And the rookie, Josh Hill, starts 5th. Wolotowski in 6th. So here we go, rolling start. And Eric Joyner gets away very well indeed from Ken Thwaites as they cross the line and take the green flag. Joyner leads from on board now with Ken Thwaites as they head down towards turn 1. Josh Hill coming out of 2 and putting on the power just a little too early. Still learning his way, but sadly ending in the tyre walls. Game over for the Audi. Josh Hill, I'm sure, will be back. A good experience after all, but sadly not able to finish the race. Meanwhile, Eric Joyner was flying out front, pulling away from Ken Thwaites. And the Porsche really liking this circuit. But then drama, as you can see. Things going wrong. He's in neutral at this point. And now Ken Thwaites really had nothing to do but just keep going. And as you can see, he passes Joyner with a mechanical gremlin, and that put Thwaites into the lead. And a simple race win for the Audi R8 LMS, and that would be his 3rd win of the season. Sadly, Joyner would struggle still in neutral, and he would literally just coast out of the race. A real shame, having taken pole position. No such problems. The checkered flag awaited Ken Thwaites. Confirmation then. Ken Thwaites with the win over Eric Joyner. Josh Hill not able to complete the race.
These are long races and anything can happen, and you know, all I was doing is trying to run as hard as I can, hang around. It looked like Eric had a problem. I went by him and just brought it home.
His championship points are also socially distancing from Eric Joyner, as he now moves to 127 points, leaving Joyner on 87. Kevin Long in 3rd with 29. On now to our coverage of GT, and that was all about Tim Hurrell, who took his 3rd pole of the year. The rookie from Parkland, Florida, in the Porsche GT4 Club Sport, did a 222.228. And in the race itself, he was on great form despite having to rebuild the car the day before, having had a smash which took out the whole of the left side. Tim Hurrell then paying back the Breathless team for their work with an excellent victory.
Yesterday was an issue with my throttle ring. It got stuck, and I was hitting the brake and throttle at the same time and just wouldn't slow down, and I was able to put into a spin to avoid going head on into the wall, but I was glad my team was able to get it back out there today. That's the main thing.
So another win for Tim Hurrell as he extends his lead in the championship now. He has 99 points. His closest opposition, Stephen Davidson, with 34, and then Miguel Aponte Rios in 3rd with 29, just 1 point ahead of Billy Griffin. On to SGT then. And once again, a good field in SGT, which included the number 2 Corvette of Larry Bailey. And in the race itself, as we go on board now, with the Viper of Lee Saunders, and there's no question that this Road America circuit is absolutely perfect for the almighty, all-powerful V10 Viper. The number 84, Landsearch LLC, Dodge Viper, looking for his 3rd win. But it wasn't without drama. A caution came out when Aaron Pierce in the Chevrolet Corvette, the number 26, got stuck just at the exit of the pit lane, as you can see from the circle there, as they go to green again. Meanwhile, the other Corvette of Larry Bailey was marching on to what would be a 4th place for the man from Tennessee. And likewise, the number 55 of Milton Grant taking 3rd place overall, but there was no stopping this man, Lee Saunders. Look at the power of the Viper up the hill at Road America. Marching on to yet another victory. Lee Saunders wins at Road America. Confirmation then, Lee Saunders with the win. Kerry Grant 2nd and Milton Grant 3rd. In 4th was Larry Bailey, then it was the Mustang of Adrian Lostowski in 5th. And that win for Saunders moves him on to 131 points now over Adrian Lostowski in 2nd with 102. And then Aaron Pierce, who didn't finish this one, stays on 54 ahead of Carey and Milton Grant. Well done to all our GT classes. Great racing from Road America. Then Road America must have been an absolute joy. A classic circuit, a classic Trans Am circuit, pole and a win. Doesn't get any better. Tell me about it.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Road America, my goodness, what a beautiful track. I mean, it truly is just an absolute gem. We love going there, even though it's a 24-hour ride from us from Florida. And great place for the Viper. We got some long straights. We can stretch our legs. Some super technical corners. And got a few pucker corners where if you make a mistake, it's gonna hurt. But just a great track, a lot of fun, and yeah, we couldn't have asked for anything more. Pole and the win. That was definitely a good way to try to get a few extra points on Adrian, and we ended up needing every one of them, obviously there at the end. So.
Power of the Viper. Great racing from Road America. warm welcome to the latest action from the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, which this week comes from Round 5 at VIR, Virginia International Raceway, an iconic circuit, as we bring you action from our production classes XGT, SGT and GT racing. A packed field as ever, no fans sadly, but some great racing, rain during qualifying, but the Viper of Lee Saunders slithered his way to pole.
We're super happy. The team did a great job getting everything done and set up. I'm just the idiot that gets to drive it, so it slithers around a little bit. Yeah, it's surprisingly good. Definitely gets a little hairy in a couple areas, but it's just a joy to drive. Like I said, it might be a dry rain, I guess a dry race tomorrow, so it'll be a completely different day. Everything we have, we'll throw it out and see what happens tomorrow.
So the grid with Lee Saunders in pole position in the Dodge Viper, with Mark Brumman in the BMW alongside him, Ken Thwaites leading the XGT class in third position, and Adrian Lostowski in fourth. So then, to the rolling start, Brumman will lead them away. And as they power, look at the Viper go, the sheer horsepower. That is muscle car racing at its best, and you can see that he is leaving in his dust as everybody files through the opening lap. And a beautiful sight here. Dry conditions now. Oh, Larry Bailey on the Corvette out early, just before turn 11. And it looks as though he's going to have to park that. On board with Ken Thwaites in the Audi R8, as he and Eric Joyner once again go into battle. That white door on the right-hand side is due to a crash from practice, so they've had to do some repairs. Lee Saunders, though, leading still in the Dodge Viper. There is Eric Joyner, and he is leading XGT, but having to dive through traffic. Richard Grant up next. And Adrian Lostowski doing very well indeed. He's had several second places, and oh, a spinner! That's Lou Gigliotti spinning right in front of Lostowski at Oak Tree. But luckily, Lostowski misses him. And back with Ken Thwaites as he got ahead of Eric Joyner. Joyner coming back at him at 11, and they touch. And there's still drama because look, on track is still Lou Gigliotti trying to wave to the traffic, and that might give Thwaites the drive he needs down the back straight to get past Joyner again. And I think it will, because sadly Joyner had to really slow down there to avoid Bailey. I don't know if he saw the flags or not. I think he was concentrating on overtaking Ken Thwaites, so their battle continues. And back with Ken Thwaites, who did get past, and as you can see, oh, Joyner goes off and into the wet grass. Don't hit the barrier, surely don't damage the car. And he just touches the tyres, but is out. So too Tim Horrell, our only paraplegic, is out. It looks as though he's got overheating problems. You can see the puddle behind him where he came in, and you can see steam coming out of the car, and that is the day over for the breathless man. Meanwhile, Lostowski, here he comes on Lee Saunders in traffic. Just before Oak Tree, Lostowski takes the lead in SGT. Well done to the fast auto man in the Shelby Cobra. But surely, once again, the power of that Dodge Viper of Lee Saunders from Florida powers past again. And that is sheer horsepower. Lee Saunders loving every minute of it. Wasn't so much fun in the wet, even though he took pole, but he'll go on to take the checkered flag and win here at VIR. An excellent run by Lee Saunders. Confirmation of the result then: Lee Saunders over Adrian Lostowski in second place, Mark Brumman in the BMW in third, Cary Grant beats Milton Grant in fifth, and Joe Mulholland is sixth.
Oh man, it was a wild race. First I want to thank Adrian and Mark. They both raced really clean with me today. It was super close. Of course, we knew the race restart was going to be crazy. Actually, Adrian got around me in Oak Tree, but we got a little draft and were able to take the lead back on the last lap. So real crazy. Again, thanks everybody for watching, and VIR is awesome. What can I say?
In the GT class, Billy Griffin wins ahead of last year's champion Stephen Davidson, with Tim Horrell in third. Ken Thwaites wins in XGT, his third of the year, over Eric Joyner, who went off, as you saw. was going to say, by then you were in your stride, as it were, and then you went to VIR, and that's where we really saw the intensity of Adrian Lostowski's fight, if you will, because he fought you all the way at VIR in the first race. You won it, but it was a good battle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we won it by, I think, a couple car lengths. I think we actually traded the lead on the last lap. If I remember correctly, I think Adrian got around me in Oak Tree, right before Oak Tree, and then we passed him back and won by a couple car lengths. So we knew it was going to be a super tight race.
Action from the GT classes, and it was busy with such a big field of all classes. And out front in XGT, Eric Joyner in the Porsche getting the better of Ken Thwaites. But how about this for action in SGT as Luke Gigliotti of Texas gets it wrong on the grass. Lee Saunders takes avoiding action. The championship leader, though, taken out in this one. And that gave victory in the SGT class to Adrian Lostowski. And in GTs, it was Stephen Davis. And how important was VIR Race 2 for you? Because it was the first win of the year. You've been competitive all season, but I remember talking to you that Sunday night. I mean, there was a real sense of relief.
It was, because I thought we were going to be known in Trans Am as having the most second place finishes out of anyone ever. You know, we had more second place finishes all season long than anybody, and it was always a second and another second and a second where second was great, but it always was like, when are we going to win our first race? You know, it's like, you know, and then when we actually got that off our shoulders and won our first race, it really brought a lot of confidence to the team, and then we really, it was just such a great feeling. I mean, when Hawk Performance was behind us all year, Forge Line Wheels was behind us all year, so it was really good for them to have that first win, for us to have the first win, for us to have the fastest lap during that race. Very proud moment for everybody.
Hello and a warm welcome to our coverage of the GT classes from COTA for Trans Am. And some new faces, Dan Cox taking pole in the Mercedes. But look at this man, it was Justin Oakes from Houston, Texas in the DroneWorks Chevrolet Corvette. Lee Saunders, 4 wins in a row, 1 lap only at COTA, and the number 84 championship leader out early. Amy Ruman up to 3rd at the start, and Ken Thwaites having to battle hard to get back up to speed. Richard Grant just behind him in the Corvette. Oakes' debut, impressive, but sadly, both he and the poleman Knox would not make it to the finish. Amy Ruman had a tussle with Tommy Dreesy in TA. Having got up to 3rd, she would drop down to 6th place. Leading the way in XGT, Jason Daskaloff of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the vintage 423 Audi R8 Ultra. Having a great day out. Hasn't raced this season in Trans Am. Was on great form. And in SGT, it was a good battle between Adrian Lostowski in the Mustang Cobra and Lou Gigliotti of Princeton, Texas in the Chevrolet Corvette. It wasn't long before the XGT battle got embroiled with the TA class. Justin Oakes just staying ahead of Dan Knox, but sadly both would not finish. And in the battle for GT, Billy Griffin holding off in his Ford Mustang. Sean Young from Austin, Texas in the Aston Martin making his debut in Trans Am. What a way to go. And these two would fight it out all the way to the end. On board with Adrian Lostowski chasing Lou Gigliotti, who had a terrible Virginia. But as you can see, side by side, Lostowski just getting through. Lostowski already with 1 win under his belt this season. Was on good form again in the Circuit of the Americas. Once again, the Mercedes and the Corvette going head-to-head. Dan Knox having to give a place away to the powerful Corvette, but then getting it back under braking at turn 1. Sadly, the DroneWorks Chevrolet Corvette would not make it to the end. And unfortunately, Justin Oakes would have to park it up while in 2nd place in XGT. That gave Jason Daskalos the lead in XGT. And with Ken Thwaites further back, Ken Thwaites has been waiting for some competition. Well, he got it at COTA in the form of Jason Daskalos. Daskalos winning ahead of Ken Thwaites. Justin Oakes did get third place despite not finishing. And in the GT class, Billy Griffin won over Sean Young, making his debut.
The vintage 423 Audi R8 ran great today. Still getting used to it, still trying to set it up. You know, it's a new car to us, but glad with the result and glad to be here.
The battle for SGT went all the way, but it was the Texan Lou Gigliotti who won his first win of the season and his third in Trans Am. Confirmation of the results then, Gigliotti with the win in the Chevrolet Corvette, Lostowski second in the Ford Mustang, and Milton Grant third. Natalie Decker takes a win in the West Coast Championship in her Audi R8. So with 7 rounds gone, Ken Thwaites leads with 218 points in the XGT class ahead of Eric Joyner in second and Jason Daskalos in that Audi in third. In SGT, Lee Saunders continues to lead with over 200 points. And in GT, Tim Horrell and Billy Griffin still fighting it out. Billy Griffin now on 127 to Tim Horrell's lead of 145. Moving on to COTA, you kept up the momentum, you kept up the podiums. Was there a sense there that you really could now start to chase down Lee?
Yeah, that's what when we had that first win at VIR, it brought a lot of confidence to our team. Going into Texas, our number one concern was to qualify first. We needed the bonus points for qualifying first. And even though Texas is far away, we treat that as a home track. It's a very good track for us. Besides, we always have some kind of issues there, mechanical issues. I don't know what it is about that track, but every time we go there, we have some issue. And we did qualify first there. That was our first pole in Trans Am right after our win. So another loads of confidence going into that race. And then during the race, we were in first place with Lou Gelati behind us, and something in our with our engine, one of our camshaft phasers failed, and we were running on basically 4 to 6 cylinders there for the rest of the race. So we were able to hold on to second, but that should have been a win for us, and that was a little bit disappointing. It was a good finish, but still disappointing because we had the speed there to win that race.
The Trans Am Championship on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. By AEM, engineered to outperform. And by 3-Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
Hello and welcome to our roundup of the GT classes at the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Ken Thwaites, Lee Saunders and Billy Griffin going for the title of their respective classes, but the closest was just 5 points in SGT. Lee Saunders had led all season, but what would it mean if he could finally take the title and win here at Road Atlanta?
Oh man, it'll be just a realization of a lifelong dream. You know, when I was a kid, I loved Trans Am. My first car ever was an AAR COTA that they built specifically, Plymouth built specifically to run Trans Am. And so I've always been a fan. I never thought I'd obviously get a chance to do it. Grew up watching the Archers run the Shell Zone cars. And I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Mopar guy, so when the Viper became legal, it was a match made in heaven.
Coming into the race, Lee Saunders had 4 wins under his belt, but had a DNF at COTA. So Lostowski here in the Mustang in the black, with the extra fuel coming out of the background, was in good position to challenge Lee Saunders for the title. As for Ken Thwaites, well, Eric Joyner and Jason Daskalos pushed him all the way, but they were absent at Road Atlanta as Ken Thwaites took an easy cruise to victory in XGT, and with that, the title. As for Lee Saunders, well, he did get ahead of Lostowski and therefore increased his lead over Adrian Lostowski in the first race of the weekend. The SGT class, though, was won by Justin Oakes, a new man to Trans Am, but on great form. Second in SGT was Lou Gigliotti, on good form in the yellow and black Corvette. Gugliotti would eventually finish the championship in 6th place overall. And here's Billy Griffin. His championship also an easy cruise because Tim Horrell, who led the series all year long, was absent at Road Atlanta, and Billy Griffin, therefore, only had to finish the weekend to take the title. Ken Thwaites then taking the victory for XGT, and therefore taking the title over Eric Joyner and Jason Daskalos. Lee Saunders now leading in SGT, and Billy Griffin now leading in GT.
Justin Oaks and I had a good battle at the beginning. You know, traffic allowed me to kind of get a gap on him, and then the TA cars are coming through. It's just a give and take, you know. It's a lot of fun, and you better work out. I'm telling you that much.
And the final race of the year at Road Atlanta would be a workout because all 5 classes were involved in the 100-mile sprint race. Mark Drummond looking to get past Gugliotti on his way to victory in SGT. Drummond in the all-green BMW, new to Trans Am this year, but on great form. 2 major cautions, one for Boris Said early on. Billy Griffin just had to finish the race and stay out of trouble in the all-green number 14 Ford Mustang, and that's what he did to take the title from Tim Horrell, who wasn't in Road Atlanta. Griffin then taking the checkered flag in style, despite a few scary moments with all the traffic. Billy Griffin then wins GT, Ken Thwaites wins XGT, and Lee Saunders on 252 beats Adrian Lostowski in SGT.
Obviously, Adrian, heartbreak for him because he's been a fantastic competitor. I hated to see that. This guy is awesome right here.
How about this camaraderie? Adrian, we spoke this morning, and you told me, I think you said it was 9 points away, and you were wanting to do it. You did everything you could, but Lee did everything he could to win the championship. But how does it feel?
Well, you know, we're happy with, you know, we got this far. The team worked so hard. We want to thank our sponsors, Hawk Performance, Forge Line Wheels. During the race, we got caught up there a little bit at the start, and I spun out, so like kind of disappointing to my team, but whatever. But, you know, we caught back up, but, you know, it was what it was, and congratulations to Lee. There's nobody better that could win this race, the championship, than Lee, you know, so.
I've got to say, for me, the highlight of 2020, which for everybody is one to cross off the list, even though you won't because it was a fantastic year for you. But I think just summing up the Trans Am series that started back in '66, to see you in the paddock by the podium, doing your final interview and being congratulated for winning the championship, and then to see Adrian literally leap into the interview to congratulate you, just summed up what Trans Am is, really. And I thought that was just a joyous moment for both of you and for Trans Am.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's amazing. Everybody out there, we're intense competitors on the track, but we're a family in the paddock. I mean, you come for the racing, but you stay for the people. I mean, some of my best friends now have come, you know, from the Trans Am series. I mean, Adrian and I hit it off. I mean, obviously we're both going head to head, but we do anything to help each other. I mean, when we broke at COTA, I mean, I had his guys in my pits trying to, you know, give me a tranny, trying to give me a, you know, what can we do to get you back on the track? I mean, it's just amazing the lengths that everybody will go to. And even the TA guys, we're not in their class, but they'll do anything to help. You know, some of Claudio Burton's guys, some of Tommy Dreese's guys coming over to help me. It's just great. Unbelievable family there. And hats off to Trans Am and John and Aaron and everybody that puts the series together, Terry. I mean, what a crazy year we were dealt this year. One cancellation after another. We're going to California. We're not going to California. We're going to Watkins Glen. We're not going to Watkins Glen. And they put together just absolutely fantastic series with car counts up. Probably most of the other series had car counts down. We had car counts up during the craziness. And that's just a sign of how well they did putting the series, running the series. The communication was great. They did everything they can to keep everybody safe. And it was great. I mean, I had my family at every race pretty much this year. And Kelly and everybody that does registration. I just, again, everybody with Trans Am, what a great group. They did a fantastic job putting it together. I mean, I wouldn't want to race anywhere else.
Off came the wets. Around the outside. Taking victory. For Green Light Television and our entire crew, I'm Jonathan Green, and this has been a presentation of the CBS Sports Network, the 24-hour home of CBS Sports. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Now, tonight we honour the men and women who, against all odds, put on a great 2020 season and made sure that America's longest-running road racing series continued. Trans Am is now in its 54th year. 2021 will be its 55th. Pretty amazing. And last year, we didn't skip a beat, despite these very difficult times. Let's take a look back now at the 2020 season.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be back. I mean, in a real car.
Extremely pleased for this moment.
Green flag wave. We're racing in TA.
First of all, just to be here with all that's going on in the country, what a privilege to go racing.
A lot of challenges, but what a great way to finish the year. A nice race today, great races yesterday, a perfect weekend in Atlanta.
It sure is an honor to be at another first, our first virtual Trans Am honors banquet. It's, you know, this is a testament.
Trophies for our awards for, well, since 2012. So they've been a partner with us for the best part of a decade. So I just want to point out that Crystal Sensation, who supply our trophies, which all of our recipients tonight will receive, have been with us, and thank them for their position in handing us those trophies. Unfortunately, it's all a bit virtual tonight, but it doesn't matter. Now, talking of key members of our team, I also want to draw your attention to our official photographer, whose pictures tell the story to the rest of the world, and he does it with great style and empathy. for all of our racers. Let's take a look. His name, of course, Chris Clark. And let's take a look at some of his brilliant work. And as you can see, I'm Jonathan Green. I'm joined by my co-commentator and cohort who's dressed perfectly for the occasion. Very good stuff, Ben Sissel. How are you in Tennessee today?
I'm doing great. What an honor it is to be here co-hosting with you the Trans Am Virtual Honors for 2020. I just want to say for everyone joining us on social media and the Trans Am app, make sure you subscribe to all the channels. Leave a comment or questions, and then because we're virtual, as kind of a virtual applause, make sure you click on the reaction emojis. Give us thumbs up, hearts, smiley faces, thumbs down, boos, whatever you like. And then for the last week, you, our audience, you've been voting on fan favorites in several different categories. And tonight, this evening, we will reveal the winners of these new, very coveted awards. But Jonathan, two things. I feel like at the beginning of the season, after Sebring, when everything just kind of fell apart, people were saying there might be an asterisk on this season. And I honestly believe if there is an asterisk, I think it may be the most difficult season to win a championship. With everything that was happening with the COVID pandemic, with all the shutdowns, with the scheduling, teams I feel like had to work harder. Our car counts somehow were up. And the competition was probably more fierce in Trans Am than I've seen in the last 10 years. But Jonathan, 2020 was quite a struggle with our schedule. How in the world did we manage to get through such a tumultuous year?
I have no idea, and I have to say, hats off to everybody involved, and I want to welcome to the 2020 season honors all of our competitors, all of our teams watching, and as you mentioned, our global watch parties and global audience who are tuning in on YouTube, on Facebook, and our Trans Am app. Welcome, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the review show from 2020 and had a good look at that if you got online earlier and had a chance to see what the action was all about. And in a moment, you're going to meet some of our recipients and hear their story of 2020. But firstly, I want to thank our majority owner and I would say our courageous leader whose enthusiasm to make things happen in 2020 season I don't think anybody will ever forget. Please welcome Tony Pirelli.
It sure is an honor to be at another first, our first virtual Trans Am honors banquet. It's, this is a testament to just how many adjustments you have to make in a worldwide pandemic to keep your race series not only going, but thriving and going. First, I hope everybody on this call is healthy and see a light at the end of the tunnel that the vaccines are on their way. We got some good ways to treat this thing, and I'm very optimistic that 21 will start our journey back to normalcy as a country, and therefore hopefully really set up the next chapter for Trans Am. But in spite of of all that went wrong in 2020 with the pandemic, I really feel blessed to work with the team that we have, and I'm so grateful for the support that each of you provided by still racing in spite of the pandemic. First, the season by and large was kept intact. We lost some of our races, but we adjusted with double headers. The racing was fantastic. The commitment to the series from all of you has never been better. But in spite of facing the uncertainty of the pandemic, we still had some huge milestones in our growth. Probably the two significant ones that come to mind, we launched an e-race series in the middle of the pandemic when it first started into lockdown to keep us relevant. But more important than that, we were able to stream it around the world. And probably the most significant thing for our march back towards really having a vested seat at the table in mainstream motorsports in America was the investment we made in the Trans Am app and the commitment that we've made to continue to refine the live streaming. I think our product was amazing for launching it this year. And I hope all of you feel the pride that I did to see how far Trans Am has come to go that journey back to a quote, the glory days or heyday. And frankly, the effort that all of you, the staff, put in to pulling this season off and with added adversity of a pandemic, this is a pretty tough job when you don't have a pandemic. When you have a pandemic, it's next to impossible. But I'm grateful. I'm very optimistic about 21, and stay healthy, mask up till we get through this thing. We will see all of you at Sebring, and I think 21 will be the best year that Trans Am's had in its history with the schedule we've built, the commitment we've made to continuing to grow the series. I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty jazzed to be involved with it. So thank you. Be safe out there.
Tony Pirelli, and I have to say, Ben, I spoke to him after Sebring, actually, and that was our first real live stream, and he was so delighted. But I also want to thank, and it's on your screen now, the people involved in Trans Am, you know, our series partners, sponsors, suppliers, and everybody who makes the championship tick. You know, we couldn't have done it without all the SCCA workers. I mean, at some events, Ben, we had something like 2,000 people involved.
Yeah, we have such a great family. The camaraderie in our paddock is unbelievable, but it takes our staff, and there's so many people behind the scenes. You know, we have the pleasure of kind of being up in the front, but we're scrolling the names of all the people it takes to put this on. And I also really want to put a special thanks out there to our sponsors and marketing partners. The greatest thing about some of our big sponsors is they are enthusiasts as well. It is not uncommon to see them at almost every race. They're presenting awards, but they love Trans Am also. So thank you so much to all of our season sponsors and all of our staff and the Trans Am family. It's been a wonderful 2020 season, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question about it, Ben. Now, as you heard Tony Pirelli talking there, after Sebring, which was all fine and dandy in the sunshine, we all thought we were having a 2020 fantastic time, and then suddenly, it all went horribly wrong. And like everybody else, we went on a 4-month lockdown. But we didn't sit back. We took the show on the road. In fact, we took it to cyberspace. 8 events, 15 races, over 50 competitors in the USA and Hawaii. Let's take a look as we raced virtually across the world. Into the first turn we go. As here comes Ernie Francis Jr. going side by side with Miller. Josh Hurley leading Tyler Casera.
The Esports Championship was a ton of fun.
And he's going to get past Merrill. Oh, they touch! It's a neck-and-neck drag race to the finish. And look at this battle. I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed that series. That was so much fun. Muscle cars finally overtaking the internet. I loved it, Ben, didn't you?
Yeah, it really gave us and our drivers and competitors something to look forward to. We had a great system where it was almost every Saturday we'd all meet up. So it was almost like every Wednesday we'd meet up for like a drivers meeting virtually. So you had a room of faces, and we had some big names that we'll get to later joining us in that. And then our Saturday races, and it turned out to be a great championship and a run. And I'd like to go ahead and thank some of the people involved in that. So we had Torque Esports led by Dorsey Lawrence, UMG Gaming and its lead officials, who we had so much fun with, Edmund, I'll get your name wrong, Trevelyan Johnson, and then Darren Ganji, who was he did a great job. And our drivers really appreciate it because in that world, they're all driving their sims at home, sometimes in their garages or basements or bedrooms, and they're hearing Darren Ganji race control in their ears telling them they shouldn't have done that or they should have done that. A set of Corsa platform that featured identical Corvette C7 GTLM cars so that everybody was on a level playing field. Right. And then everybody was on their own sims at home. We were in our basements commentating, and the opportunity for competitors to have custom team livery on their cars so that their sponsors, because at that time we weren't quite sure the 2020 season would ever get back to reality. And we wanted to make sure our drivers and their teams and sponsors were taken care of. But then, Jonathan, the world traveler that you are, you got to tell us about some of these fantastic circuits we visited in esports.
Well, that was the bit I liked. Was it was left to the imagination. And once we kind of plumped for a one car, and then everybody got their custom liveries, then the world's our oyster. And it really, literally was. We went to Formula One Barcelona, we went to Spa, we went to Silverstone, the home of Grand Prix racing. And then we thought, we'll just throw all the shackles off. And we ended up inventing places we went back in time. It was like Back to the Future, because we went to Riverside and Bridgehampton. I think Bridgehampton was my favorite because we were able to put all our modern sponsors like Pirelli and AEM and so on and so forth as part of the track. But it looked exactly as it did back in the 60s. And I absolutely adored that. Really, really, really good. And the other story I want to, kind of bring full circle is that two of our recipients also, we'll talk about this in a moment when we've handed out the prizes, but two of our recipients are now gainfully employed or looking to be gainfully employed, certainly in the form of Tyler Casera, in the actual series. So out of doing the Cyber Series, they got an opportunity in the real world. And in Tyler's case, he went on to win a race in 2020. But let's turn our attention to our first award.
Don't forget Dylan Archer.
Oh, yes, don't forget Dylan Archer. Yes, why didn't you explain the significance of Dylan?
Well, Dylan, he joined us in the E-Series race, but his father, Bobby, and then his uncle, Tommy, are Trans Am legends from back in like the Dorsey Schrader, the 90s era and the 2000s. And Dylan came in as a famous sim driver and has really been in neck and neck with our fan favorite, because there's this whole sim world that we were introduced to out there, and he did a really good job winning the last race of our esports series. But it was a lot of fun, wasn't it, Jonathan?
Oh, no question about it. Well, let's turn our attention to the top 5 in our esports championship. And in 5th place, it was Carl Rydquist with 309 points, I believe. And then it was your mate.
Yeah, I want to make comments. I love Carl Rydquist's livery to match his car. And then coming in 4th place with 323 points in that beautiful Big Machine Vodka Corvette was Edward Savajian.
In 3rd place, the one and only Ernie Francis Jr. with a new livery this year, and he certainly did them proud, getting some excellent points. And look how close it was, 362. Ernie taking 3rd place in the Esports Championship.
And now remember this guy's name, 2nd place with 444 points. Close battle, Tyler Casera in that number 4 Carbotech. Beautiful Corvette that he's going to be racing full season with us with Silver Hair Racing in TA2.
I do really believe that Tyler Casera is our fairy tale story of the year. No question about it. He started basically in his bedroom or in his office, and now he's doing the real thing for Silver Hair Racing this year. But our winner, lest we forget, is the ebullient and ever efficient Josh Hurley from California in the number 3. He put on a show and a half as he went wheel to wheel And if you look at the gap between them, it was 4:44 to Tyler Casera, to Josh Hurley 4:54. So it was all done on the last race. Massive drama, lots of other people involved. They banged wheels, they fought each other all the way to the end, but it was Josh Hurley who came through. And we spoke to him earlier today.
All right, guys. Hey, everybody. Nice to sort of see you again. I guess winning the E-Championship goes perfect with an E-Banquet here. So hopefully soon I'll get to see you guys all in real life again. The E-Series was an awesome thing to get us through a good chunk of this year. I really miss being in Trans Am in that big, bright green McAleese Jetco Camaro. Hopefully you'll see me out there a little bit more. But really, it's looking like this E-Series may turn into something else a little more real. Hopefully, can't reveal too much details, but I might be seeing some of you guys out there in the real world in TA2, where maybe me and Tyler could relive some of our virtual battles in real life. Hopefully everyone will enjoy that. And if we go to Daytona by any chance, hopefully we'll flip that really close result around.
To the finish. Here we go, folks. They're side by side here in Daytona. Oh, who got it?
But it's been really exciting. I'm so ecstatic to win this championship. I have to say it is every bit as difficult as winning one in the real racing world. So I can't wait to see the trophy. I wish it was here with me yet, so I'm counting the days to see that. Thank you everybody for watching. It was an absolute blast. I hope it was a fun distraction for you guys until the real series and the real world series started up again. And hopefully we can maybe do the real world series and see me out there. And if we do have some more virtual series off season, maybe we'll do a little bit more of that and you can come along for the ride. Thank you everybody. It's been awesome.
He's a great character, Josh Hurley, and he's actually an instructor. And I'll tell you what, I think I might have to make a beeline to California and get some real car instruction from him because he clearly knows what he's doing. But a really great series. And I also want to make a mention of Scott Borchetta, who I reckon did roughly 500 hours and went through 3 motherboards, 3 computers in his quest to be better and better at e-racing. So a shout out to Scott Borchetta. Hell of a job.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But I think now we're going to talk about our first of the fan favorites. One of my favorite things that was initiated this year. We're trying to do everything we can to take advantage of this, what we've been given and the technology that we have now where we can have online voting. So for the last week, we've been online voting, not on Dominion machines, I might add. And it has been unbelievable. Amy Greenway, our wonderful social media person, told me that over 27,000 different people voted in this fan favorites under 5 different categories, Jonathan. But we're going to first start, I think, with the track. Is that right? So what was your first
exactly
esports racing circuit?
That's right, yeah. We asked the fans to vote for their favorite esports circuit, and we got it down to the top 5. And I know that Amy did count the votes 3 times. And the fan favorites look like this. Mine was Bridgehampton, but it came 5th. Laguna Seca was 4th. Lime Rock 3rd. Riverside was in 2nd place in terms of the fans' favorite. But the winner of the esports fan favorite circuit was Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Unfortunately, Ben was arrested there, but we got him out. That is actually a complete fabrication, fake news. I made that up at the time because you had an internet problem or something. I can't remember what, but it was fun. But there was genuine concern for you. But well done to Spa-Francorchamps. Certainly my favorite circuit in real life as well as on eSport.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And what does it say about me that the one that was everybody's fan favorite was the one that I wasn't there? Because you are the star, Jonathan.
Yeah, but you were there in spirit because everybody was worried about you being arrested and so on and so forth. It was good. It was good stuff. Anyway, let's move on. We start with our real awards, if you will, in the real world. And we start with the West Coast Championship, which was a tour that was turned upside down by a number of factors, to be honest. First of all, the Sonoma event was cancelled. And then Trans Am officials and some teams had already arrived and were loading in at the paddock. And due to COVID and the announcement in California, it was locked down, literally, as we arrived there. John Claggett, I remember distinctly calling me and saying, yeah, we just got here and we were unloading. We were told, that's it, you're going home. So not the greatest way to start, but there was plenty of other stuff going on as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, the crazy thing here on more of the East Coast side of the championship, we were dealing with the pandemic. The West Coast side was dealing with the pandemic, but also forest fires. There was civil unrest, and that led to us having to cancel ultimately our Portland event. So it was just crazy. Thunder Hill, I was following that closely on social media, and all the drivers were reporting it was over 100 degrees at that race, but they did finish that race, and we had COTA at the season finale. Laguna Seca, unfortunately, was canceled due to the second wave of COVID. So while it was crazy and unsettling season, the TA2 class still delivered hotly contested, spirited battles down to the wire, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question about it. And yeah, the West Coast Championship is probably our biggest outside of the national one. And it certainly goes to some great circuits, as you mentioned there. And why don't we just take a look at some of it now? And this time our photo essay is from our West Coast photographer, Seth Didos. Yeah, the West Coast going from strength to strength. And in fact, some of those guys in the West Coast, by the time we got to COTA, were able and wanted to join the national championship. Michelle Abate, just one of them. And so that's great that they can make that transition and feel confident enough to race basically with the national series, Ben.
Oh, yeah. And we had some great times with them. But let's talk about some winners. That's why we're here in this crazy season. So there we go right there. There's our first GT winner in the West Coast, Joe Bogatich from Colorado, Jonathan.
Yeah, great name for a racing driver, Joe Bogatich, winning the West Coast GT Champion. Let's take a listen to what he had to say about his win.
Hello, I'm Joe Bogatich, the GT West champion. I'm in my garage in Arvada, Colorado. I love racing and I love race cars. The 2020 season started out rather strange. I decided to drive with my crew chief across the Rockies and the Sierra Nevadas. No snow, everything went well. 2 hours outside of Sonoma, I get a call from John Claggett saying that the race has been canceled. Not sure about the season because California has shut everything down for more than 250 people. I want to thank everybody because they brought the season back again, at least partially. I want to thank John Claggett. I want to thank Aaron Colwell. I want to thank especially Kelly Huxtable and all of the staff and crews that went from state to state during COVID to support all the races from the East Coast to the West Coast. I really want to thank you all. I really want to thank you for this award, and I wish everybody a happy new year. Thank you.
Great words. Thank you, Joe. And we continue now. That was our West Coast GT champion. Now, here's our West Coast second place, Ben.
Yeah, second place in SGT, which is Super GT. And Natalie Decker, what a great year. She was racing with Tony Ave in that beautiful Audi R8. But Natalie had a crazy year. Not only was this pandemic happening, but she was also racing in the NASCAR Truck Series and a few other series. So hats off to Natalie Decker, that beautiful car. I've been following her on social media. She's doing a great job. So second place in SGT. Nice job, Natalie Decker.
Yep, congratulations to her. Also, Rookie of the Year. But let's turn now to our West Coast SGT champion and a man who also took part in our E-Series. And that, of course, is Carl Rydquist. I spoke to him earlier this week.
It's been a great year. Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I think, second year in Trans Am was really good for us. No matter, how long you raced, and I actually celebrate this year my 20th anniversary in road racing. You always get a little, I wouldn't say nervous, but you get aware more of the other drivers. and teams when you enter a new series. And this year was very comfortable. The team puts a lot of work in back at the shop. So the trophy for this year is really about them. Yvonne and Richard, they're really hands-on. They run a great team, all the volunteers, with True, John, Mike Holland, Ray, the guys that are doing the job in the shop. That's where the race starts. And I'm I'm in the car doing the stuff that you see, but it's really just like the final part of it. So big shout out to the team. And yeah, it's been a good year, actually.
What about plans for 2021? Will we be seeing you again?
Yes, for sure. And we have a little bit of breaking news on that. We've been obviously working with Factory 5 Racing over a long period of time, running the GTM, but they now have a new hypercar that they have unveiled, and it will become available at some point soon. They're still doing the final R&D and testing, validation. And we are planning to, we're working to try to get this F9R into the Trans Am series. It is an awesome hypercar. I suggest go to Factory 5 Racing, check out their social platforms or the website, and learn more about this car. It's an all carbon fiber body, very sleek, very pretty car. So that's what we're working on. And we'll see exact timing and whatnot, but that's the breaking news for today to tell everybody watching.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again on a great season, and thanks for joining us on our awards ceremony for 2020.
Thank you very much. Great job tonight.
Yeah, great. And I'll tell you what, Ben, interesting looking car. We saw it at COTA. Did you enjoy that?
Oh, yeah. What a beautiful car. And then knowing the price point on that car, if you've ever wanted to get into racing, you might want to look that way, because that is a very, I would say, kind of inexpensive way to come in and race at a very fun car to drive. And obviously, Carl knows what he's doing, and he'll be in the paddock there to probably help you out if you want to get something like that.
Yeah, and another one of my favorite cars, the West Coast XGT champion, and that, of course, Simon Gregg, in that absolutely resplendent Mercedes, who was roaring around COTA himself that day.
Yeah, he's our 2012 TA champion, but now is our West Coast XGT champion. Nice job. And now we're moving to Tim Lynn right there in that beautiful West Coast TA2. He's our third place in that Ford Mustang TA2. And TA2 on the West Coast is really difficult to be on the podium for our championship, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah, no question about it. In fact, for the actual title, it was really nip and tuck all the way to the final race. And Michelle Abate was in contention all the way through to COTA. And, of course, if we had gone to Laguna Seca, which we planned to do, she may have had a chance of winning. But in the end, Michelle Abate taking second place on the West Coast in TA2. And I had a chance to speak to her from Las Vegas, where she lives right now.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. What an honor. It's an honor to race with Trans Am, and it's so awesome to earn the second place finish. We worked so hard all year long. For those of you that don't know, it's literally my husband and I and my little dog, Moxie, which she's right here. So,
yay!
This is my little pet. She's the best. She's always with me. And Anthony's always right by my side. If there's anybody that puts more into it than me, it's him. One-man crew. He's done pit stops on his own, so I cannot thank him enough. I don't know where he gets all his energy, but he gets it done, and it's just an honor. And so, we learned a ton our first year, which was last year. We finished 5th overall, which was a huge accomplishment for me. We were stoked to be 5th place. And to go into 2020, with the same kind of support and just trying to get a little bit more out of the car, we did what we could. I averaged 2.5 seconds faster every single track, which was huge. I mean, that's a lot of time, and it shows the amount of progress we've made. And I'm just so thankful that I have Anthony behind me, because he just keeps me going. He does what he can, and we just learned so much together. And we had a top 5 finish every single race this year. That's a huge accomplishment. It is it's just a big accomplishment to finish races in Trans Am TA2, let alone get on the podium or in the top 5 finish. So, looking back, my favorite race this year, had to be Sonoma in the rain. We were on slicks, and, we're on the radio together, him and I talking, and we had the rain tires, but he's like, well, it doesn't look that wet. And I'm watching these cars spin off in front of me and everything. And I'm just like, it's pretty wet, but I don't know if I can make up that time. Thomas Merrill was out there. He ended up finishing the race first, and I finished 3rd. And it was it felt like a win. I love Sonoma. I love the rain. And I had never driven in the rain in my TA2 car, so it was a huge learning experience. A lot of lack of grip, but a lot of patience got us to the front. I actually led overall laps at Sonoma, which was kind of scary. I watched the TA cars go off and get their tires changed, and I'm now behind the pace car and I'm leading laps and taped green and I'm leading laps overall, and I'm just like, Greg Pickett's behind me. I'm like, what is going on? But no, it was a phenomenal year for us.
She is the epitome of the energy and enthusiasm for Trans Am that there is, isn't it? No question about it.
Oh yeah, I love seeing Michelle in the paddock, but also Mitch Marvash right here in TA2 Masters West Coast. And Mitch has a neat story. He's got a sponsor, Dick Wolf, Wolf Entertainment, Wolf Productions. We all watch the TV shows. He makes the best TV shows on TV, Law and Order. And Mitch has had a long-time relationship with them. And so we're going to talk to Mitch here in a second. He'll explain kind of his sponsorships and his hard fight for TA2 Masters.
Well, let's just do that. Let's talk to Mitch Marvos, our Masters first place on the West Coast.
All right, thank you guys very much. It's definitely an honor to be the first Masters champion of the West Coast. Definitely a lot of appreciation to Trans Am for having a season at all this year. That was quite an achievement for including the West Coast, us old guys in the Masters Championship. It was very competitive out there with these old guys. It's an honor to be part of the group out there. Big shout out to my team, TFB Performance, led with some great guys. Tim Barber as the owner, he's our setup guy. He's my coach. He's a mentor and just a wonderful human being. Chris Drysdale, my crew chief. I've been with Chris since I started this silly racing stuff about 10 years ago. Wherever Chris goes, I go. And Chris is my guy. And I'm just fortunate he's at TFB Performance and he's still part of the scene with me and all the crew at TFB Performance. Got to give a big shout out to my sponsors. Without them, I wouldn't be there. I am partially funded and this is beyond my capability. So a big shout out to my primary sponsor, Wolf Entertainment. We rebranded this year from Wolf Films to Wolf Entertainment. They're the largest television production company on planet Earth. They've been around forever. A dear friend and great guy, Dick Wolf, the founder of the company, his son, who's in charge of digital media, who gave me the thumbs up to keep doing this silly stuff with their logos on. Elliot Wolf has grown Wolf Entertainment's social media from absolute zero 3 years ago to the rebranding to over 50 million followers across our platform. So crazy growth in what they're doing, and they're doing better than they ever have done and adapting their shows to the modern world. And I have another sponsor in All Systems Golf. It's a professional golf company, does some online stuff and in-person coaching. And I have some partial support from Sparco USA. Thank you very much, Sparco. A little bit of support from Bell Helmets, Bell Racing. Thank you very much. But definitely comes down to the guys at the track, Tim Barber, Chris Drysdale, Team TFB Performance. Thank you, and thank you, Trans Am. And we look forward to being out there again this year, 2021. We hope to do the full season on the West Coast, maybe slide in a couple of National Series as we did in 2019, and we're out to defend this title. We know it's going to be a lot more coming up in 2021, so come on, all you old guys, bring it on. Let's go.
Nice touch.
Gotcha.
A little bit of law and order there. Mitch Marvos, I tell you what, I definitely want to go to his house. What a beautiful house that was. Anyway, moving right along, let's go to our West Coast TA2 Rookie of the Year. Now, this is a really good story. Cameron Parsons, who hails from Hanford in California, great guy, but he took a big leap this year, and the rewards have paid off. No question about it, because he thought he was taking a dip into the, bit into the deep end, but now he's turned out as Rookie of the Year. He also took part in our E-Championship. So congratulations to our Rookie of the Year on the West Coast in TA2, Cameron Parsons. I spoke to him earlier.
Thank you so much, Johnson. I am really thrilled about winning this award. I came into Trans Am kind of feeling like maybe it would be a little too much for me, and I have found that I had my work cut out for me to go against how stiff a competition we had and just how difficult and challenging it is to race at this level. But coming into the Trans Am series, I have just received nothing but warm welcome and just, open arms and friendship, just all the ways from John Claggett and the Trans Am team, all the ways down to the fellow competitors. So it's been a fantastic environment to be racing in. And so just piling on a Rookie of the Year to add on to my first full season, it's been a wonderful experience to be able to be part of this.
Great stuff there from Cameron Parsons. Congratulations, our West Coast Rookie of the Year. Now, let's turn to our West Coast TA2 champion. And that, of course, is Jim Gallagher, Ben.
Yeah, Jim Gallagher, great story. He actually raced in every TA2 race that we provided except for one. He wasn't at Brainerd, but he did every East Coast and West Coast. So not only is he our West Coast TA2 champion, he actually has the honor of having the most TA2 race miles.
That's pretty cool. Well, why don't we hear from Jim Gallagher, our new champion?
All right. Hey, thanks, Ben and Jonathan. Super honored to be the 2020 Trans Am West champion. Had a great season. I think I got in 10 events, which 2 of them were double headers, so 12 races. First and foremost, I guess I really need to thank my wife, Kendra. Her support, encouragement to race as much as I did this season. Certainly wouldn't have had the fun and all the great times I did around the country without her support. So super fortunate to have her as my life partner. Thank Tony Pirelli and John Claggett and everyone at Trans Am for all the effort that had to go in to juggle all these races around and get in as many events as we all did. Congratulations to all my fellow competitors for what we got accomplished this season. Super challenging year for everyone. And I know for me, and I'm sure everyone else, that racing was a great release to get through this challenging year. Thanks to Eddie, Bryce, Louie at J&L for all the race prep and trackside help on the 34 car. Thanks to Mike Cope Racing for all their support, trackside help on actually both the 34 and the 16 car. Byron Corey at Corey Racing kept the engines running. 12 100-mile races. I did not have one DNF caused by any mechanical failures. Got caught up in a couple wrecks, but other than that, cars ran flawlessly, which I think that's pretty amazing and goes to show how good and talented both those teams are. And Michael Self and Thomas Merrill, all their great coaching and encouragement and patience at times. Yeah, I just feel super fortunate to be able to be included in the Trans Am series. And yeah, super excited for 21 and getting out into the race scene again and hopefully under better circumstances for everybody else as well.
Nice words and some nice pictures there in the background, I noticed.
Yeah, very nice. It looks like I was hearing from the producers in my ears. They were wondering, was that Tom Gloy's championship-winning 7-Eleven car back there? And if I know Jim, he probably owns and races that thing.
He probably does. Right, let's turn our attention now to the Advanced Composite Products Driving Award. And this year it goes to Michelle Nagai. What do you think of that achievement? That's pretty cool.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and she's a lot of fun in the paddock, very competitive. So Michelle Nagai, congratulations.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, moving on, we didn't get a chance to talk to our Trans Am class champion, Greg Pickett, but I know he sent us a message and he basically transcribed it to you. So let's hear from Greg Pickett through Ben Sissel.
I'm sorry I can't take part, but I am at Lake Tahoe in perfect skiing conditions for my birthday. Thinking about the future and my priorities, my main priority is the love of my wife Penny and our very large and active family. As you all know, racing is a self-centered activity. When is enough enough? How much more can or should we ask the people we truly care about to put our wants, needs, and aspirations ahead of theirs? It has been a definite highlight of my life to be a Trans Am racer and competitor. I will always be grateful for the numerous friends and competitors like Tommy, Chris, Amy, Boris, and Simon, who have all played a part in an activity that is certainly one of the very special aspects of my life. Alas, I will much prefer to just relax with family and wish you all a very successful season wrap and award show. Thank you for understanding. Smiley face emojis and thumbs up from Mr. TA, Greg Pickett.
And you will often see those trophies. And like I said, they've been with us since 2012. So everybody will be receiving those wonderful trophies to put on the mantelpiece. Some of them have already got several of them. But let's turn our attention now to a fan favorite, the best looking helmet. And you are seeing them show up on your screen right now. Ben, have you got a favorite? Because we're gonna announce who it is.
Amy Ruman was first, and then Michelle, and then Mike Skeen, Rafa, and then I can't see who that is. Sean Young. I think Amy Ruman was my favorite. Who was yours, Jonathan?
Well,
drum roll.
Not much. I like rapid drum roll. I'll tell you who the fans thought it was. Forget me. The fans have voted with their feet and at the ballot boxes, and they have come up with our winner of the best helmet of the year, and it is Michelle Abate. Great stuff. And I tell you what, it's a big art, isn't it? Getting your helmet done, and a lot of pride goes in there, because for some of the fans, that's the only real thing that they see of the driver in the weekend, unless they actually come into the paddock. So it's an important part of the gear, isn't it?
It is, and it's a way for the drivers to kind of express their personality or what they're feeling. A lot of them will kind of change, if you can call it a livery on their helmets, but they'll change it season by season. But congratulations, Michelle Abate. Great job. The helmet looks great. Nice job activating your social media army. And thank you for voting on that.
Yeah, let's turn our attention, though, now to the Trans Am by Pirelli National Championship, Ben. And again, let's just put into, put in perspective. We started out the year with no real thought. I think everybody was excited about 2020. It looked great on paper. We started at Sebring. It couldn't have got better. And in fact, the Sebring event went off without a hitch. I remember, like I said, talking to people afterwards about how excited they were about the year ahead. And of course, then it all went a little bit topsy-turvy.
It did. And I've heard Tony and John mention it many times. It looked like we were going to have the best year ever leaving Sebring. Everything just kind of fell into place. We had great car counts, fantastic races. Our live streaming was flawless. And then we were going to go to Road Atlanta 2 weeks later. And just in that 2 weeks, the world kind of fell apart. But then we were able to put it back together and had what I think is one of the most highly contested championship runs on the East Coast that I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, no question about it. It was very highly contested, no question. Despite COVID, they put on a heck of a show. Let's start with our GT category in the National Series. Now, GT, of course, we've got, 5 championships, which perhaps explain. GT, SGT, XGT for the first time, and then, of course, TA and TA2. Bit of a mouthful, but I got it out.
Yeah.
Let's take a look now at some of our wonderful photos from the GT Championship with, once again, Chris Clark. Yep, some great pictures there, no question about it. And let's turn our attention to the GT Championship Awards. And we start with third place in GT, and that is Steve Davison with 96 points. Congratulations, Steve. I remember watching some of his races, and they were hard fought. It's hard sometimes to keep up because we've got the different categories racing at the same time. But I think our director did a hell of a job, and we got to see a lot of the good action. So congratulations to third place with 96 points, Steve Davison.
And then coming in second place in GT, and I really thought he was going to win the championship, racing with Breathless Racing, is Tim Harrell out there, second place, 145 points. Tim Harrell's a great story. He was racing with our champion, Ernie Francis Jr., and he's actually a paraplegic. We've talked about that, and he drives everything with his hands, and unbelievable to see Tim coming in, and I really thought he was going to win the championship, but unfortunately he had to miss one of the events and got second place with 145 points. So congratulations, Breathless Racing and Tim Harrell.
Yes, congratulations to Tim. Great effort throughout the season. Put on some great performances in that number 45 Breathless car. But let's take a look now at some highlights from the GT Championship.
Every time it gets better and better.
Tim Harrell extends his lead in the championship. Griffin then taking the checkered flag in style.
We're the GT champion, and we won again.
Just a little soupçon, as they say, in Spa, of our GT action. But let's turn our attention to the GT champion and GT Rookie of the Year, Billy Griffin. Not in the plane, in the green car in the foreground. 197 points, Ben.
Oh, I love it. That car really stands out. Photographs and videos so well. I love the fact that Billy Griffin has a Griffin on the side. And he said, he sent me a text just a couple days ago and said he wasn't really planning on running for the championship, but he had so much fun, he just had to do it. So Rookie of the Year and GT champion in that beautiful car. And I think he's got some plans that he doesn't quite want to reveal yet for 2021, but I think he's going to do the full season with us. I'm just not sure in what car.
Okay, let's hear from our GT champion and Rookie of the Year, Billy Griffin.
Hello, Trans Am community. My name is Billy Griffin. On behalf of everyone at Griffin Motorsports, I would like to thank all of the Trans Am officials for a great full season of excitement, especially considering the circumstances. It's been an honor to share the track with such a great group of drivers. I would like to thank my family, my crew, Cameron Lawrence, and Sabel for helping us win the GT Championship. It's truly been an honor. We will see you guys in Sebring. We don't know what we're going to be driving or what class we're going to be driving in, but we will be there. Thank you. See you guys soon.
So that concludes the GT class, and it's a good time to, for some people tuning in, to just explain, our different classes, Ben, because if you like, the closest to a production car, the GT class, and then it kind of ramps up a little bit, and we go to SGT, and for this last year, we got XGT, and then, of course, TA and TA2.
Yeah, like you said, the GT cars are kind of like cars you can buy from a dealership or off the showroom floor. The SGT is a little bit more factory built but purpose built race cars, and for the GT classes like GT3, GT4, and so Super GT, it kind of ramps up as we go. So it goes GT, Super GT has a little bit more factory items for racing specifically, and Super GT is a lot of fun to watch, isn't it, Jonathan?
Oh, no question about it. And in fact, rather than just wobble on about it, let's have a look at what our SGT cars look like. So some great photos from Chris Clark there, our official photographer, as we turn our attention to SGT. And we also have the Northern Championship. We mentioned the Western Championship, and the winner of the Northern Championship this year in SGT, Aaron Pierce, in the number 26. Bright yellow and orange. You can't miss that, can you?
No, great car, great driver. He also races sometimes with us in TA2. So Aaron Pierce, congratulations.
And
then our SGT Masters,
place, Larry Bailey, go ahead.
Larry Bailey, he's kind of a teammate of Aaron Pierce. So Larry Bailey, congratulations. SGT Masters, 3rd place. Nice job.
Second in the Masters from good old Texas, a neighbor of mine, the SGT Masters. 2nd place goes to Lou Gigliotti in that number 28. And he had a really, really interesting COTA home race, but he was there the whole time. Great stuff.
Yeah, and Lou Gigliotti also has the honor of flying over the track at VIR in an unfortunate accident. As we go to Cary Grant, SGT 5th place, 139 points. Love seeing Cary Grant and the whole Grant family out with us in Trans Am. And another beautiful shot from Chris Clark. Cary Grant, congratulations.
Just like Paul Newman, went on from a great career in movies and then went into Trans Am. I love it. Mark Brummond was 4th place, 143 points. SGT 4th place and SGT Rookie of the Year. And Mark Brummond also spoke to us earlier about his win.
You know, this is our first half year that we ran with Trans Am, and I can't say that I've ran with a better series than Trans Am. You know, I've ran IMSA and Pirelli and all that, and we were really happy to run with Trans Am. I think that Aaron did a phenomenal job, you know, getting the BOP down. Hopefully next year we have a little bit better BOP, but this year we just got a sponsorship for Liqui Moly. And I want to say thanks to my crew. My crew's been phenomenal. We haven't had the car break down at all in any race. So I want to say thanks to them. The Rookie of the Year is pretty cool, but we're going for the championship in 2021. We're going to do every event, and we're coming after Lee, and we're coming after Andre, and we're going to win that thing. And the BMW is going to reign supreme. So we also have a second 2018 M4 GT4 for rent. We'd like to have another partner with us running in Trans Am SGT series. So if you guys are out there and you want to run in a reasonable series, come join us. Trans Am in 2021 with sponsorship from Liqui Moly, and we're gonna make it work. We're gonna win the championship.
I love it. Our first bit of real smack talk there. I love to hear that. And let's say the game is on. Mark Brummond, excellent stuff. As we turn our attention now to SGT's 3rd place and the SGT Masters 1st place, and that is Milton Grant with 156 points. I spoke to Milton just a couple of days ago about his win.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of Trans Am's efforts. It was an interesting year for me. I totaled my car in the first race and had to rebuild it. So the COTA deal gave me some time to do that. This is my best result, 3rd place this year. I had 3 podiums in 3 weekends, which surprised me. So I was excited. This is my 7th year in Trans Am, and really excited to be racing in it. And I thank all of the Trans Am staff for all their efforts in Pirelli. So great.
And will you be back next year?
Oh, yes.
Good. Delighted to hear it. We will see you then at Sebring, and thank you so much for joining us and being part of our awards ceremony.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Short
What
and
a
sweet,
gentleman.
Milton Grant, great stuff.
Yeah, a lot of fun. We have Milton Grant up there with us in the Masters on the podium all the time, and what a great gentleman he is. And it's a family affair. We've got 3 Grants racing with us.
Now, moving on, SGT 2nd place, and it really could have been so different for Adrian Lostowski. An absolutely sterling a performance. I think this was one of the best championship chasers that we had all year. Adrian Lostowski with 245 points. Let's hear from him.
And thank you so much. You know, it's been a crazy year. With 2020, we
we really had a crazy year with the coronavirus. We stopped racing right after Sebring, and we did the Esports Championship, which was not for me. I'm not an esports racer. And we're very happy to go back to Mid-Ohio and start racing a whole season. We had a great fight with Lee Saunders there the entire time. At the end, we got so much momentum at the end. I felt like we had the speed and confidence to win every race and have a pole at every race. We had little hiccups here and there at the end, but we did do a nice catch-up at the end there. I think we ended up 7 points behind Lee. He's a great guy. I mean, we got really close this year in this whole championship battle, and I think it's very rare where two competitors fighting that close could become such good friends. Whatever he needed, we were offering to help. I mean, he was there in Texas and broke down, and I'm like, where are the gloves? What can I help you guys with? Let's get this car back on the track and beat that pesky Mustang out there. But that's awesome. He's such a nice guy, and for him winning the championship, congratulations to all those guys. And then I want to thank our sponsors, Hawk Performance. They stayed with us all year. Our Mustang was outbreaking everybody all season long. We were using Hawk brakes. Great support from them. Forge Line Wheels, they supported us all year as well. They made the best wheels in the world, lightest, strongest wheels you could possibly have. That really helped out as well. Towards the end of the season, we really had the car dialed in. Everybody in the Fast Auto crew, which really did an amazing job. We worked so hard, and then right at Road Atlanta when the car broke down, 2 times at Brainerd when our Mustang blew a motor, and the guys brought over the Corvette from New York for us to get that second place finish. That was a big game changer because we would have never been in a hunt at the end if we never brought the Corvette down. And then right at Road Atlanta when our clutch blew in Saturday's race, the guys worked all night, changed the entire drivetrain out in the Mustang just to get racing on Sunday. And we did well on Sunday, but it wasn't enough to win a championship. But, what a great season. And next year we're looking forward for TA2. We're going to be racing a brand new TA2 Hal Camaro. We're going to be fully sponsored by Hawk. And thank you for that. And we can't wait to put on a great show. Hopefully at the end of next year, we'll be in the same position we were in this year in a hunt for a championship.
Adrian's story is the epitome, I think, of what Trans Am's all about. You heard about Brainerd there, where they literally brought a car overnight so he could race because it blew up on the day before, and they did that. And then you saw the camaraderie at Road Atlanta when Ben Sissel was doing the interview, and literally he's runner-up, but he still has loads of joy to hang in there. But the best story is, you heard it just there, he's going up to TA2. So congratulations to Adrian Lostowski, one of our SGT's runner-up this year. Let's take a look at some highlights now of SGT.
Oh man, it'll be just a realization of a lifelong dream. This guy is awesome right here.
Lee Saunders gets the better at 17.
Congratulations to Lee. There's nobody better that can win this race, the championship, than Lee.
Led most of the race, and even in the XGTs was beating them as well. So it was a good time.
Lee Saunders was never challenged. I love SGT, and I'll tell you what, that Dodge Viper may be one of the oldest cars out there, but it's still all trucking along with Lee Saunders, who became, of course, the SGT champion with 252 points. But, it really is a great category to watch, isn't it?
It really is. And so we've got the Ford Mustang out there, Mark Drummond and his BMW. We've got some Porsches, and then Lee Saunders. Nobody really had an answer for that big Dodge V10 of Lee Saunders. So it was really fun to watch.
And it went all the way to Road Atlanta, the final round. The 84, in fact, had problems, having had a great start at the beginning of the season where he looked as though he was going to be unmatched, and then suddenly it started falling apart at COTA, and it was a little bit nip and tuck towards the end. But I spoke to Lee Saunders about what was a famous champion victory.
Just absolute dream come true, getting to to win it. Never thought we'd win it one time, but believe it or not, we got to win it twice now. So just unbelievable season. I want to thank all my guys. Every one of them, just worked their butts off to make this year possible. We had Kevin Smith with KSR Performance. Kevin's been with me since day one, since the first Trans Am we had back in 2014. And he just does fantastic with the car prep. He's out of Gainesville. He does a little bit of everything, drag racing to road coursing. But without Kevin, definitely wouldn't have been possible to do what we did this year. And also Jamie Kwiatek. Jamie's with Lakeland Speed and Custom. He's here in my hometown. Jamie does, when we had the off course this year, the only reason we got to the next race is because Jamie busted butt with his dad, and they got the car put back together, all the parts back on it, painted, and it looked better than before the wreck. So it was a crazy amount of work they did. And Jamie, he comes to all the races with me too. He had some health problems this year, but I mean, he would go to the race, work his butt off on the car, have to go and lay down and then get right back up because we need something else and go right back to it. So amazing job too that Jamie did too. I better too also thank my wife because she definitely did amazing job making sure that we got to the races on time, got everything filled out, and kept everything going on the home front. She was able to come with me with all the kids, so that was awesome. We're getting ready for Sebring right now. We'll see what we can do. Always, with everything, it's all about funding. So we'll try our best to see what we can do. But we'd love to go back out there for Dodge again. I'm a lifelong Dodge guy, and for all the Viper fans, hopefully we can get back out there and give it another go. She's the old girl, still competitive, so we'll give it another shot. And on that note, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Trans Am, John Claggett, and everybody with Trans Am, the entire staff, Aaron Caldwell, all those guys, every one of the tech guys, all the way to Kelly and registration. I mean, unbelievable. They had so much to deal with this year, but they got us to the races, kept us safe, got us out of the races. Unbelievable job what they did this year. Obviously, the season couldn't have happened without them. And hopefully next year we'll be able to have some more fans because that's definitely makes it fun. But the broadcasts this year were awesome too. You guys did a great job with those. A lot of fun seeing those. The live streaming. I had a whole bunch of my friends that weren't able to get to races even without COVID that were able to watch it. So that was really neat. So hopefully we can continue that. Tony's really done a lot to advance the series and get it out there on social media. So awesome job to Tony too. And thank you everybody for letting this happen. And hopefully we'll get to do this again next year.
Here, Lee Saunders. Great words and a great champion. I think you'd agree.
Oh yeah, what a great guy. I love it. And it's a family affair with him. I was up at the hills at the VIR and some lady asked me, well, who are you watching? And she goes, well, I'm watching Lee Saunders. And it was his mom and his wife up there watching. It was really fun to watch.
All right, it's time for the fans again. And I know this is something that you enjoy more than anything because you love to see the fans. And we're now looking for the best looking race car. And they're sort of slotting through now. There was some good color schemes this year and good competition for this best looking car. That was a guy. I like Rafa Matos and the silver hair car. What were your favorite cars?
I don't know. I've always really liked Ernie Francis Jr.'s cars. They really stand out. Now, Carl Reidkus, that Factory 5 car is really cool, but I think I would vote for Ernie Francis if I was allowed to vote.
All right. Well, let's check out, drum roll please, as the winner of our best looking car this year in 2020, Ernie Francis Jr., you got it right. And you're absolutely right. That's a big difference from his previous car, which was blue and white. And when he arrived with this gray and orange, I was like, oh, who's that? And now it's the best looking car. So you got your wish, Ben.
Yeah, and that is sharp. And Ernie drives it like it looks. It's Ernie's just unquestionable talent. And the car, Breathless Racing, really does a great job of preparing it, and it shows up really well on video, and that's all I care about, right?
Exactly. All right, let's move on, and we'll move on to the National Series XGT class. And this is interesting, Ben, because we hadn't had this class before, and it was sort of something that they cooked up. Aaron Caldwell worked on the, on the regs, and it was a sort of experiment, but a very successful one.
Yeah, and I expect this class to be our fastest growing class in 2021. XGT is Extreme GT, and they're basically GT3 cars, where SGT was more GT4 cars. And these are really fast cars. Sometimes, in fact, I was watching the XGT cars pass some of our TA cars on track. And really great class. Really want to commend Ken Twaits and Eric Joyner and Aaron Colwell of Trans Am for really kind of helping to put this together, because there's been so many of these cars, these GT3 cars, that have been kind of obsoleted from other series. And if you are in a GT3 car, come race with us in XGT, because it's going to be some of the most competitive fields in 2021, Jonathan.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and if you're wondering what these XGT classes, let's join Chris Clark to take a look at them. So XGT, that was a look at there from Chris Clark's photographs. Very good indeed. And Eric Joyner was in fact our runner-up in second place in XGT, but also Rookie of the Year. So another man who's done the double, as it were. But that's a no mean accolade. 150 points to Eric Joyner.
Yeah, congrats.
Gosh, I am so excited to receive this award. Trans Am in 2020 was a trying year for every team, and I have to thank TJ, my crew chief, and Porsche North America that supports me, and Pirelli that just gave me fantastic tires every race. They're such a great partner for me and Porsche. Our Good Boy Bob Championship coffees that supported me, my entire team, Wright Motorsports. I'm so honored to get this award. It was a trying year. My crew chief pointed out to me that every race that we went to, we set a track record and had the fastest race lap. It was a challenging year in many ways, on and off the track. And my heart goes out to everybody at Trans Am that just made the series happen and provided great entertainment. We had a camera that was in our car, and we had a lot of fans and people that watched it. The live streaming that Trans Am has done has just been sensational. I have these trophies up here in my room that I'm so proud of and so happy to have with me. And I look forward to next year coming back, and thank you again.
Great to see the trophies there, no question about it. Really, really good. Why don't we take a look at some of the highlights now of that XGT Championship. Round the outside in the Audi R8 LMS, Ken Twaits and Joyner just shoots on by. Once again, the Mercedes and the Corvette going head to head. And Eric Joyner gets away very well indeed from Ken Twaits. And they touch. And there's still drama because look, Joyner goes off and into the wet grass. Don't hit the barrier. Josh Hill putting on the power just a little too early.
It's a lot of fun, and you better work out. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah, Ken's is a great story too. Ken Thwaites, of course, who you just heard from there, is our XGT champion. And Ken, I think, took a sabbatical of like 10 years off racing, but he didn't lose a stride, did he? A fantastic victory for him.
Yeah, nice job. Congratulations, Ken Thwaites and the whole Showtime Motorsports Franklin Road Apparel team. Well-deserved XGT champion.
And by the way, just a little advert, he's got a second Audi R8, or at least he's got a second car, because a few crashes have actually caused it to be a little bit secondhand at the moment. But if you want to race with Ken Thwaites in XGT, you can next year. So definitely worth writing that one down. But Ken Thwaites is our XGT champion, and I spoke to him earlier.
Thank you, man. Yeah, XGT was a new class this year, and it's bringing these GT3 cars out of the mothballs, so to speak. These cars didn't really have a place to race, and John Claggett and gave us a place to race these things, which was fantastic. So we brought ours out. Eric Joyner brought his Porsche out, and we really slugged it out there for the first half of the season. It was great. Great competition. And we just, with COVID and everything, we put our head down and figured out how we could make it to each race during the series. And we showed up, man, and got it done.
And even when we had the 5-class races, it showed that the XGTs were able to compete quite handily with the ability to corner fast and to have good downforce.
Yeah, I mean, they're incredible car to drive. They're so much fun. A lot of downforce, a lot of cornering. The TA cars definitely have an advantage down the straightaway. But when you're racing these guys, now you can really pick your spots for them to get by you, when they're coming around to lap you. Other than that, if they don't get by on the straightaway, there's no sense in letting them by in the corners, because we're quicker there.
And what about 2021? Same again?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to continue on with our Audi. The car is fast. We like driving it. I don't know what else we would go out there and buy and compete with. And, hopefully we'll get a lot more people racing in the series now that they've seen it, now that the pandemic's playing itself out, and people can actually schedule for it. And, we've got a pretty nice schedule out there for us to go compete. So, yeah, we're going to see if we can defend our title. And I take on all comers. Come on, let's go.
And in honor of Ken, I thought I dressed appropriately. I got some complaints over the World Wide Web, so I join you.
I love it. Looks good. You're a good-looking fellow there, Jonathan. But we are about to introduce...
Well, I'm having dinner tonight.
TA2, powered by AEM Infinity. And I want to read this because we put a lot of work into this. For well over 50 years, the battle for supremacy between the Ford, Mustang, Dodge Challenger, and Chevrolet Camaro has raged on. It transcends tracks, showrooms, and garages across America. Trans Am is putting that battle front and center with the TA2, powered by AEM Infinity class. Jonathan, this is always so much fun for us to call, because the top 10, 15 are always battling lap after lap, door to door, wheel to wheel, aren't they?
Yeah, and, over 500 brake horsepower, all the cars are identical. I love the fact that we've got ex-IndyCar drivers. We've got, guys who are on the way to NASCAR, several making the Cup this year, I may add, and they cut their teeth with Mike Cope and a few others in TA2. Over 500 brake horsepower under the hood. That you can't. It's the epitome of muscle cars, no question about it. And if you want to have a look at what they look like, here's again another essay from Chris Clark, our photographer. that's some action from our TA2 class. But let's first turn to our Northern Cup first place, and that is Alex Wright in that really specially colored car. I'm surprised that didn't get color car of the day.
Yeah, what a beautiful car. And I want to thank Stevens Miller Racing, Joe Stevens. That's one of their cars in their stable, Berryman Products. But man, that thing really shows up. It reminds me of the old Rat Fink. Remember that from the Hot Rod days? What a beautiful car. Alex Wright, congratulations. TA2 Northern Cup first place.
Now, I know a man who's going to be interested in this next picture because it's JP Southern, and I believe he's tuning in on the internet. So, hi, JP. Good to see you. Great season in the number 61. And he is the winner of our Southern Cup. It seems appropriate, doesn't it? If you name Southern, you've got to win the Southern Cup once.
Yeah, that was not timed or named after him. That was just that's just good driving from JP Southern.
That's a pretty good thing. Masters, third place goes to Kurt Voigt. Kurt Voigt taking third place in the Masters Championship. So well done to him.
Yeah, congratulations,
And in
Kurt.
second place, amazingly, we have a tie. How about this? TA2's Doug Peterson for the three-dimensional services, who are a big part of our coverage of the Trans Am series, and Morris Hull. And so both of them, and of course he races for Silver Hair, which is a new team, and I love that scheme of the Silver Hair. Yes, they may have silver hair, but they're as fast as hair. So I think that's the play on words, and I love it. Anyway, it was a tie, and I spoke to Morris Hull about that tie with Doug Peterson.
So I want to thank you. Appreciate everything. Thank Doug. I mean, congratulate him. He did a great job. But these are the guys that made it work right here. I was just in the car. They made the car, made the shop, the whole deal happen. Jeff's the ringleader of this crowd that makes them fast. So without them, none of this happens. We kind of jumped into the fray this past year when Rafa asked to drive. So we went from having a hobby to starting a business. And so we're full-fledged into it. We're up to our necks now. We got Tyler Caceres driving for us next year, and Michael Self. And Michael is team management. So he's taking on responsibilities and running things. So, hey, it's going to be a good one. Looking forward to it. You know, we're ready.
Well, I love the shop, and I love to see the boys who put in the work. And thank you so much, Maurice. Congratulations on your Masters win, and we look forward to seeing you and Silver Hair Racing in 2021.
Thank you very much. We look forward to it. We're going to have fun. It's going to be a good year.
Look forward to it, guys. Thanks for showing up, and thanks for coming to our award ceremony.
Thank you. Enjoyed it. Appreciate it.
Yep, Morris Hull, great team, and you can see a great workshop there. And it's going to be interesting to see the battle between Peterson and the three-dimensional services, because Rafa Matos has now gone back to Peterson, where he won the championship in 2018, and he'll be taking on Tyler Caceres and Michael Self and Morris Hull against them in the Silver Hair team. So it's going to be really interesting. Well, we've heard from Maurice. Let's talk to his equal in the runner-up championship, Doug Peterson.
Well, I'm excited about winning the Masters Series for 2020. This year has been a tough year for everyone, of course, but we were able to put in some great races. We have a fantastic team, and I am thrilled to have won the championship. I'm 70 years old, so, you know, it's a little long on the tooth, but I enjoy racing, and Trans Am has done very well by me and our team. So I'm really looking forward to 21. That's our whole focus now. But winning last year's Masters Series, yeah, it's kind of special. I really enjoy the racing, and I like to race nice and clean and fair, which is most of the people in Trans Am. So I'm super excited, especially now 2020 is gone and we're looking at 21.
Doug Peterson there, and yeah, it's going to be good, isn't it? These guys are up for it. Hey, let's turn our attention now to the Mike Cope Racing Ironman Award. Ben, why don't you explain what that is?
Well, the Ironman Award is this award is going to Jim Gallagher this year because we mentioned it earlier. He has done more race miles in a TA2 car than probably anybody on the planet in 2020. He raced on the West Coast Series, did all the races there, did all but one here. And like he said in his video, that other than a couple of times he got into some mishaps on track that weren't his fault, the engine ran flawlessly. He never had to leave the race due to mechanicals, and I don't think he ever had to leave the race except getting wrapped up in that Road Atlanta event there right in front of our booth, actually, while we were announcing. So congratulations, Jim Gallagher and Mike Cope. He was with Mike Cope Racing for the Ironman Award.
All right, let's move on as we continue with TA2, and Jet Noland is 5th place and also the Willwood Rookie of the Year. Jet scored 141 points on his way to 5th place, and Ben caught up with him earlier.
Nolan here. I'd like to thank Trans Am for thinking of me as the Rookie of the Year, and I'd like to thank Nolan Droofing, Southern Creek Clothing, Hype Motorsports, Cypress Ridge Hunting Preserve, and Mike Cope Racing for the hard year that we had, and can't wait for next year.
Great to see the future right there, and Jet Noland is without doubt definitely part of the future. But one van who's very much a part of the present, Thomas Merrill in TA2, 4th place. I know you know Thomas well. He probably wanted more, but it was still a good result and a good year for him.
Yeah, unbelievable talent and driver, Thomas Merrill. We had a great time with him in our esports, and he just had just a couple of unfortunate events this year. I would have expected him to be in 1st or 2nd place, but 4th place, I think he should be pretty happy about that.
Moving on to 3rd place overall in TA2, and that goes to Cameron Lawrence. Now, he was in the running, Ben, all the way to the final race at Road Atlanta, and it was literally one tiny mistake at Road Atlanta that led to him finishing on 204 rather than taking it all.
Yeah, 2-time champion in TA2, Cameron Lawrence, one of the big talents in TA2 and Trans Am and just sports cars. And you can't ever count him out. And you know what? Knowing Cameron, we had him on the podium with us all the time, and he was never happy unless he was 1st place. So most people are happy with a 3rd. I'm not sure he is.
I'm having trouble with my bow tie here. Maybe somebody can Trans Am can help me that, because, you know, I know we're all about bow ties. So look at yours. It's perfect. But anyway, Rafa Matos, our champion in 2018, took the jump to a brand new team. And at the beginning of the season, it was all doom and gloom. But Rafa reminded me, you know, it wasn't, because it was a brand new team. So they didn't know each other. Morris Hull and the team that you just saw got together with the 2018 champion and did a heck of a job. And by the end of the season, Rafa was firing on all cylinders. The Brazilian is quite magnificent in full flow. 207 points, runner-up this year, Rafa Matos of Brazil. I spoke to him.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafa Matos, talking directly from Brazil. We're going to be talking a little bit about the 2020 Trans Am season, which was quite exciting one, a bit short because of the pandemic. We have to dodge all the problems we're facing during this year, but I think as a group we did a very good job under the guidance of John Caglett and Tony Parella. I think the series survived 2020. We have a very special group of people that take care of this series, and I think that's very important that we move forward in the difficult times. My season particularly was a little bit full of ups and downs. We had some great moments with the Silver Hair group that we decided to race together in 2020, and we ended up winning a race and having the chance to win many others, and we were in the hunt of the championship up until the last race. So it was a very special year. Would like to thank Maurice Hull and Lara Hull and the whole crew for the opportunity to race with you guys. And obviously for 2021, I'm back with Peterson Racing. Thanks to Doug Peterson and Three Dimensional Service Group. That team remained pretty much intact from the time we won the championship back in 2018. So I'm really excited to be back with this group of guys. They certainly proved last year, 2020, that they had a very strong car, and I'm looking forward to jump into that Mustang. And but the video tonight is to celebrate 2020 and to thank everyone that has been supporting the series, everyone that works directly and indirectly with the series, and I'd like to thank my fellow competitors to be fair on track, and I'd like to congratulate Mike Skeen for the TA2 title, and you know, enjoy this moment. It's a very important title. I think the TA2 series has done a fantastic job establishing as a professional series in the United States. It's obviously a very traditional series, but you know, to come out there with 30 plus cars most of the races, it's a great achievement, I think, for the series. And for 2021 we have a very strong schedule, and we're looking forward to go racing very important traditional racetracks, and that's gonna be certainly a very exciting moment for everyone. So I hope you guys enjoyed this early beginning of 2021, and I am looking forward to race against all of you in 2021, and I hope you guys have a great season. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafa, and obrigado, as they say in Brazil. All the way from Sao Paulo, Brazil, Rafa Matos, the 2018 champion. Now, before we introduce you to our 2020 champion, let's take a look at some of the action from TA2 in 2020. We turn our attention to TA2. A three-way battle through turn one. Coming into the last corner. Look at this, Rafa Matos driving like a champion.
Extremely pleased for this moment.
Skeen had dropped to fourth and was getting desperate into the keyhole. Rafa Matos, his power steering had gone, and he was physically having to muscle his muscle car around. And that left Skeen and Lagacy to fight it out for the win. Lagacy held on.
Happy to bring the Liqui Moly Turn 14 distribution Camaro up to the front.
Look at Jet Nolan on the outside of Matos and gets past Matos. Lagacy steals a march on everybody. He's got ahead of Merrill. Drama for Tommy Sheehan. And an excellent run by Mike Skeen, winner at Brainerd International Raceway. Onto the race then, Cameron Lawrence on the inside, Skeen on the outside. Rafa Matos missed the pre-grid and had to start at the back. But then, once Matos got into the lead, there was big drama to come through the fastest part of the circuit. A dab on the brakes by Matos. Skeen hits the back of him, and that causes another concertina effect. Mike Skeen led all season long and got extra points for pole in the wet. Up go the revs, on goes the power, but Rafa Matos gets a better start. And Skeen losing out to Casera. Casera under power, really good overtake on the main straight. And at the checkered flag, Tyler Casera takes his first ever Trans Am win. It's round 7, and we've got a bumper field because it also includes the Western Championship. And the Silver Hair Racing team take the lead with the Brazilian Rafa Matos. Cameron Lawrence squeezes his way through. Here comes Paul Tracy. He gets past Michael Self. And here comes Rafa Matos, and this time Cameron Lawrence doesn't close him off. Rafa goes through at turn 2 to take the lead here at COTA. Mike Skeen has led all season long in the Liqui Moly Camaro. Rafa Matos just touching for a moment. Skeen going through and holding his position. Cameron Lawrence coming alongside Rafa Matos and tries an audacious move and dives into second place. But then problems for Thomas Merrill. Cameron Lawrence takes the lead on the final lap. But a mistake by Cameron Lawrence as he goes wide. Skeen takes the checkered flag and the championship. You know, it's when you look at those exactly. I was doing the same thing. It's exhausting. It's exhausting watching those highlights. I mean, but really, you know, before we head to Mike Skeen, you've got to think that that is the epitome of Trans Am in terms of racing and how close it was. You saw that mistake by Cameron Lawrence there. That's all it was.
Yeah, it's just tiny little increments in TA2. The top 10, 15 drivers in that series are unbelievable. So equally matched. The cars are so equally matched. And it is so much fun to watch. My heart rate went up there. And then I'm sitting here at home at my desk, but I probably reached for the brake pedal at least 5 or 6 times in that highlight reel.
Well, no brake pedal reached for our TA2 champion by AEM. It was, of course, the Liqui Moly number 77 of Mike Skeen. A brilliant performance. He led all the way, as you heard in those highlights, with 281 points. Let's hear from our new champion of TA2.
Guys, it's been an awesome 2020. Obviously, a lot of difficulties, but huge thanks to Trans Am and SVRA for putting on some excellent events given our situation with the pandemic. Big help from Stevens Miller Racing, obviously putting together a fantastic program for us this year with Liqui Moly, Turn 14 distribution, Berryman Products, Howe Racing, Sawbelt, many other partners. Big thanks to my girlfriend, Kelly, our family and friends that were always supporting us, even though they couldn't always be at the events. But certainly the crew at Stevens Miller Racing that put in a lot of effort all year long, gave me an excellent product to go race with, whether it was a Camaro or a Mustang. It was competitive. We were able to win a bunch of races, and it was a fantastic year given the circumstances. So happy to announce that I will be able to come back next year with Stevens Miller Racing. Continued support from Liqui Moly, Turn 14 distribution, Howe Racing, and Sawbelt, helping us put this all together. Many other partners behind the scenes, and we're looking forward to an excellent 2021. Hopefully we can get a full schedule in and have a bunch more great racing.
I'm glad somebody's sensible in the team. By the way, that was Joe Stevens, yay, live, his team manager, queuing in on one of our watch parties, everybody. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in, all the fans for tuning in. But that was Joe. He was ecstatic, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that's 2 times in a row. Joe Stevens, Stevens Miller Racing has won the TA2 National Championship 2019 with Mark Miller, this year with Mike Skeen, and now they've got a target on their back for 2021. But Joe Stevens, your whole team, congratulations, Mr. TA2, Joe Stevens.
And talk. Spa was one of the fans' favorites as a circuit. Well, Spa Circuit has actually communicated with us and thanked us for the award.
How cool is that?
So I'll have some mayonnaise fries, please, sent to my hotel room after my gala dinner. Let's turn our attention now, Ben, to the cool move of the year for our 2020 season honors. The Cool Shirt Systems cool move of the year, to be precise. Ernie Francis Jr., a participant in this, and several others. There were so many good moves, though, weren't there?
There really were. We saw Scott Lagacy Jr., Tyler Casera, Rafa Matos, Mike Skeen, obviously, and the cool shirt, cool move, fan favorite, awesome. So the winner is, who is it, Jonathan? We don't even know.
Drum roll, please. And the winner is, Ben is a drummer, so we can do that. Our winner this year of the cool shirt, cool move of the year is Ernie Francis Jr.
Couldn't have had a better race out there, hard fought from beginning to end, just trying to make a move with these guys, trying to get a pass. It's so incredibly hard to pass around this place, and just was able to take it home and on to the next one. Yeah, it definitely is. It is a mess out there. It wasn't too bad thanks to all the yellows. We never really caught up to the main TA2 pack. Kind of hurt me a little bit with having so many yellows at the same time. Allowed Chris to keep on catching up to us and have shots at us, but in the end it worked out for us and took it home.
Great weekend, well done.
Yep, thank you.
And, you know, Ben, there isn't a weekend that goes by that he couldn't potentially win that award. I've seen him win from Indianapolis at the back. I've seen him do it before. But let's turn our attention now to the fan favorite, the most popular driver. Dylan Archer, Michelle Abate, was it? Potentially? Or was it Cameron Lawrence? Lots of people up for this, but it's nothing to do with us. The fans voted. They have decided. Jet Nolan was in the running. Who the most favorite driver is amongst the fans. JP Southern was another one. And that's great for JP because he's never been with the championship before. So great popularity. But Ben, I'm excited and I'm glad I dressed up because the winner is, and I think she's live, our most popular driver is Moxie and Michelle Abate.
That's awesome.
Hey, girl.
This is huge. This is huge for us. I have a ton of people behind me, and you guys had me shaking in my boots for a little bit there. We went crazy last night with votes, had a lot of people come on. So excited. This is a huge honor. So I just have to thank everybody that went on and voted at all hours of the night and throughout the week. So this is huge. Thank you guys so much.
Now, come on, Michelle. You're a West Coast technician, but what about some more nationals? We saw you at COTA. Are we going to see you on the You're the most popular driver. You have to go to every event now.
That's the thing. This should help. Definitely. This will help my program. All I want to do is race national tour. That is my dream. You know, we've got a little operation here, but I try to make everything happen that I have in my dreams. And my dream is to race full-time national tour. Got to make it happen. Most popular driver. You got no better bet than me. So let's go racing, you guys.
Ben, ask her if she's got any news stories for us.
Yeah, well, I got to say that we're looking at 2/3 of the whole operation. If there was a privateer team, it would definitely be this VIR racing team. Anthony and Michelle, congratulations, you guys. Good stuff. Do you have any news for us for 2021 that you can share?
Yes, actually, we're going to make this announcement today. It's the first time I've spoken about it publicly, but I'm so excited that we're going to have Lucas Oil on board with us for 2021. So that will be our title sponsor, and the livery of our car will change, which is really exciting, a big deal for us. So huge thanks to Lucas Oil. We couldn't be more excited. They've been a partner for a long time, made it on our shirts. But yes, so thanks for asking. We cannot wait to continue the legacy of Lucas Oil into Trans Am, and hopefully more on national tour side.
Michelle and full team GRR Racing, congratulations, well deserved. Keep it up, and we look forward to seeing you as very soon as we can in that West Coast Championship, and hopefully on the national level if you can make it.
Thank you guys so much.
Guys.
Great show tonight.
Yeah.
Now, let's just change speed, if you will, because this is a very important award and one I know which is very heartfelt. It's the Sunoco Donahue Technical Excellence Award. And, of course, those of you who know the Donahue name, Mark Donahue, that is, he was one of the, trailblazers of Trans Am and motor racing in America, of course. And in fact, we actually had his son involved in the E-Championship at one point. So the Donahue name continues, but let's turn our attention to our winner of the Sunoco Donahue Technical Excellence Award. And of course, Donahue was the driving force behind Penske's Trans Am program. And, you know, he won, 10 out of 12 races, I think, back in 1968. En route to a record 29 wins. And he pretty much wrote the racing Bible, as they say. And anyway, let's turn our attention to our winner of this. And it is a man who definitely deserves it, Joe Hullett. I spoke to him earlier in the week.
Come on, is it full course yellow, guys? Is it full course yellow? It's not cool. He was racing real hard. He just outsmoked. He couldn't brake. He couldn't stop.
Tommy Dreesy is back to winning ways.
I don't know what to say. It is truly an honor to be recognized by my mentors and colleagues for such a prestigious award. Mark Donohue was a legend in our industry, and his name and achievements have been recorded in time and history forever. To have been selected for such an award that holds his namesake is nothing short of a dream for me. As I look around our paddock, I see so many individuals worthy of this award. Team owners, drivers, coaches, engineers, and mechanics, all displaying the technical excellence and passion for our sport. I think to myself, wow, me? I am just a small cog in the gear that make my efforts in Trans Am such a success. I couldn't do this without everyone else around me. We all show the total commitment and dedication for such an award. The endless hours at the track, the long days at the race shop, and the countless days on the road away from our friends and families, searching for that technical excellence and the true meaning of that coveted checkered flag and winner's circle. Someone once asked me why I chose the profession I'm in. I told them simply to gain the respect and recognition of all the professional competitors in our paddock that I have looked up to for so many years. I guess that day has come. I want to thank Trans Am, Sunoco, the family of Mark Donohue, and every one of those competitors and teams that bestowed upon me such an award and allowed me to work alongside of you each and every day. Thank you so much. I will always cherish this award and this moment in my career.
Yeah, Ben, and just going back to Joe for a second, that meant so much to him and well deserved. I mean, that's basically an award that the man who most emulates Mark Donohue's approach to the use of engineering, analytics, and data technology. Well deserved.
It is, and Claudio Burton and his team, they are all about every little tiny little millimeter of an inch or anything like that they can get for an advantage. And Joe is always under the car, over the car. So analytical. So congratulations, Joe. Well deserved.
You know what? Let's turn our attention now to TA, and I'm going to do what you did last time. Trans Am cars are the unapologetic culmination of unadulterated power and raw driving experience that push competitor skill and courage to the very limit. Without the electronic aids found in any other series, TA cars are reliant on their pilot and stand capable of putting on a show unlike any in road racing, propelled by a monstrous 850 horsepower V8 emitting an iconic roar found in Trans Am all around the world. TA remains the unique class of pure racing platform. While countless other formulas have come close, TA remains a true testament to the ability to adapt and set the pace for road racing everywhere. Brilliantly written by our writers. We borrowed Seth Meyers' writers for the night. And let's turn to TA and our honors in that, because well, I think you'd agree with that sentiment, though. I mean, I had one of our new cameraman, Hamish Roberts, said he walked into the paddock for the first time and he heard one of those TA cars fire up, and he just got, the hairs on his arm stood out, and he was ready to go.
Yeah, it's the class. And if you like cars and power, it's got innovation. The rules are, it's not like TA2 that's very spec. There's things that you can do. So Joe Hollett winning the innovation award, it makes sense because like Chris Dyson, it enticed him to come in. He was racing in prototypes. Boris Ed wanted to come back because he wanted to drive a car with all this power in a standard H gearbox. And so it takes a lot of innovation, but like we were saying, there's no driver's aid. So it is all driver's skill, way too much power that, the Pirelli tires do their best, but they struggle to take all that power and put the traction down. So it comes to driver skill in driving the TA class. And I can't wait to see this presentation from Chris Clark and the wonderful photos.
Yeah, and I must admit, to use a cliche, they are fast and furious, and Chris Clark didn't miss a beat. He caught them all. Here's a look at TA. So yeah, just some nice images there, some lovely images there of our TA Championship as we now turn to our final awards for TA. And we start with the TA Southern Award. And that goes to John Bokum, a man you know well, and he is our TA Southern first prize.
Yeah, John Bokum, nice job. Congratulations.
Now, TA Masters third place, Cliff Eben, who's been around for a long time and is still fast. I love the fact that he loves his racing and still comes out and joins us.
Yeah, and his grandson raced with us in the Esports series, so that was a lot of fun. Congratulations,
yeah, exactly.
Cliff Eben.
The generations continue. Now, our TA Masters second place goes to Richard Grant. Another great actor, but also another great Trans Am driver.
Yeah, congratulations, Richard.
And our Masters winner this year, another great driver who's been around many a year, and I know a favorite of yours, Kerry Hitt.
Yeah, Kerry Hitt, congratulations. Way to go. And a commentator as well. He commentated with us at Road Atlanta.
He did one heck of a job. Also, Rookie of the Year in TA, Hamad Masood, who put on a great show in that La Vida kind of old style. It looks like Ernie's old car, but it's not. And a great job done by Hamid Masood of Great Britain.
Congratulations.
And now we turn to our fifth place in TA with 190 points. Another veteran, but a man who knows his way around a circuit, any circuit in America. Simon Gregg, well done. And then in fourth place in TA, a lady who's been around racing all her life. Her father raced, she's raced, and she's still as competitive as ever. I spoke to Amy Ruman just yesterday about her fourth place.
Thanks for having us. I know it's a little different for everybody out there, but I just wanted to thank my sponsors this year, McNichols Company and our new sponsor, Corner Tech, CNC Solutions, for really sticking by us and supporting us this year. And I want to thank all the Trans Am fans that came out to the races that were open to everybody. And, you know, we finished fourth in the points this year, a little off pace. We wanted to finish in the top three for sure. But after a few low races, we bounced back. And so, you know, we're excited that at least we were in the top five and brought home another strong finish for 2020. In an up and down year with a lot of rescheduling and with the pandemic and everything, it made it challenging for a lot of people. And fortunately, our team was healthy and we stayed the course and finished out the year as best we could. We're going to make some changes. We're making some slight changes. So hopefully we'll come out strong at Sebring in February. And, you know, we look forward to running most of the races.
And I'll tell you what, her battles with Tommy Dreesy are stuff of legend, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Amy always puts on a great show in that McNichols Chevrolet Corvette. Nice job, Amy.
Now, talking about somebody who always puts on a good show and more royalty, if you will, Chris Dyson, 202 and third place, but he pushed all the way. He had some bad luck to Chris Dyson, but what a competitor. I spoke to him earlier.
Well, I think to view this season with anything like disappointment would be, I think it would be disingenuous to everyone who didn't get to go racing, who didn't get to go to work, who didn't get to cancel a lot of plans this year. So, I mean, I don't view this season as anything but a success. I have to credit the series, Trans Am folks, John Claggett and Tony Pirelli, for their doggedness in making sure that we still had great events. We still had a full championship. We got to visit some of our favorite tracks. Yes, it was disjointed, but the show went on. And I think that we put on some great races, and it was fantastic that we were able to bring the racing live into so many homes around the world. And from a personal standpoint, I felt like we were competitive every single weekend with the number 20 plaid car. It was fun to be in the mix. I felt like we unlocked some great speed and great consistency everywhere. Unfortunately, we had some reliability problems along the way that kept us from ultimately contending for the title. But I look at it from a standpoint of the races when I didn't have trouble and didn't have any problem. We were consistently at or right around the top of the podium at the end of every weekend and setting fast laps. So, you know, look, it's our third season in the series. I've had a brilliant time competing here. The cars are absolutely fantastic. And if this year's taught us anything, it's what we have, not what we don't have, that should be important. And the paddock camaraderie is just brilliant in the Trans Am series. I think we were all so happy to see each other again in June and to go racing again. It really felt like that slice of normalcy. I'm just, again, I think this year has put a lot in perspective for folks. And I enjoyed providing an outlet, not only for myself and my team to be out competing, because that's our lifeblood, but for so many people that really were just craving competition and athletes performing at their best. And I'm just so thrilled that we got to put the show on. And we've got a shorter off season than normal this year, so we get right back to it in February at Sebring. And I think that we're all very excited. You know, the CD racing expanded this year. We added a second car for a few events. And Hamed Masood came in and did a great job. We're looking forward to doing more races together next year. And I look at how we did at Road Atlanta. I think we underlined our competitiveness and what can happen when we have a trouble-free weekend. So I'm optimistic for 2021, and I'm looking forward to coming back and trying to gun for the title.
Nice words from Chris Dyson. Lovely guy, isn't he?
Oh, he is. And I expect to see him at the top step maybe next year.
Now, talking to lovely guys, how about this? TA second place and the BBS most improved driver, and I would agree with this, Tommy Dreesy, Mr. Hollywood, and does he know how to write a script and put on a movie for us? Tommy Dreesy, 225 points. What a star. Can't wait to hear from him. But before we do, what do you think? Tommy Dreesy, one of our great characters?
Oh, he is. And always great comments after the race. I love following Tommy Dreesy. He did a really good job in that Lucas Slick Miss Camaro with Burton Racing. Just lots of fun. And, you know, we were talking to him live. Remember at Road Atlanta, you were actually talking to him in the car while he was driving. That was a lot of fun. So thank you, Tommy, for doing that.
Well, let's hear from Tommy Dreesy about his most improved driver and second place.
Hey guys, I miss you guys, man. I think there's like, what, 43 days, 2 hours and 22 minutes till we get back on the track. So I'm really itching for it. But, you know, we're doing this viral. I'm doing the best I can holding this phone in my hand. But yeah, I love selfies. So anyway, I really am proud to accept this coming in second place in the championship. I wouldn't be able to have done it without, you know, Claudio Burton, the owner of Burton Racing, Stick, Damon, Jason, JJ, Joe, Jonathan, and Raphael, and, you know, the countless vendors. And thank you, Fish and ECR. You know, I just got to thank them first. Obviously, I got to thank Trans Am, SCCA, SVRA, Tony Pirella, Pirelli Tires, John Claggett, who leads his team. Lacey, thank you for your support all year. Jagger, Elin, Mama, Papa, my family and friends. I also want to thank all the fans out there. Thank you, fans. We can't do this without you. Ernie Francis Jr., you're a champion, and I can't wait. I can't wait for you to get back on the track. That last race of the season was something that I hope for more of. Dyson, Boris, Amy, Simon, Carrie, Richard, and there's some folks that came out of it and came in. I hope you come in for some more. We need you all. I don't know if you guys are looking at this, but this is my pride and joy right here. This is my Chaparral Camaro. Just really proud to be pretty much the custodian of this, but you might see it out in a couple, maybe I'll bring it out to Laguna Seca. And look at this, man, right here. This is what made us go fast. This is what made us look good, and this is what made us go fast. Thanks to Lucas Oil. That's the hot rod oil. Here's the racing oil we use all the time. And hey, I just, you know, Brainerd this year, we got a win in our pocket, but we want more of those. What a heck of a year for the whole planet. And we got to do this and maybe entertain some people. We got a chance to do that live stream. You know, we had the V-Box in our car. We had, and then I found out that some of the drivers, I guess, and the teams voted that I was the most improved driver. And that's kind of weird. At the same time, you know, I was like, okay, I won that in 2000. We won the Long Beach Grand Prix that year, and that was a pretty big, you know, after winning Rookie of the Year in 1999 and 2000, getting Most Improved Driver. That was kind of cool because it's your peers that vote for that. So I'll totally accept that, but I gotta dedicate that 100% to the Burton Racing team because they found little things here and there, and that's all you can do in Trans Am. You can't take big swings at things, and you know that's what's great about the competitive nature of Trans Am. It's little things, and they found these little things, and I found little things in myself. So I'll take some credit for it, but 100% dedication to Claudio, Burton Racing, and all the guys and girls that put this whole team together. I love you guys. Can't wait to see you all out there soon. And we will be back in 2021. We will be back with Lucas Oil, and we're coming after you guys and girls.
Tommy Dreese, without doubt, one of our great characters, certainly can talk the talk, but he does walk the walk. And rumor has it that Lucas Mist actually lubricates his throat as well as his car. So that's good news. Anyway, without further ado, let's take a look at some TA muscle car mayhem. Into turn one. Amy Ruman not able to hold off a hard-charging Chris Dyson this time. Wet weather as Tony Arvey set off in pursuit, slip sliding. Seven wins in a row for Ernie Francis Jr. Hamid Al Masood makes a mistake. No problems for Tommy Dreese as he takes his 9th career win. Chris Dyson leads them across the strip. Dreese spins it. Under the bridge, under power. Takes the checkered flag. Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing team. Boris said ahead of the Breathless Championship leader. Big moment for Dreese. winning at COTA for the first time for Boris and back-to-back for Poncho Weaver. Brilliant start by Chris Dyson. Dreesy chasing down his teammate, Martin Ragniger. But set on gold tyres. Seven for Ernie Francis Jr. And the amazing part is he's just a kid. 7 titles. This kid is going all the way. If you don't know who Ernie Francis Jr. is, write it down, even if you're not a Trans Am fan, because he is going all the way, and he did it again. His 7th title, Ben, with 253 points. It doesn't get any better.
No, really. And what a talent. And I've told people this many times, but 10, 20 years from now, Jonathan, I feel like we're going to be sitting around the paddock, around campfires, telling stories of how we knew Ernie Francis Jr. win, because I think he's the whole package, the talent. He's a great kid, great looking, phenomenal driver, great team and family. I expect big things from Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, and you're right. They are the little team that could. Breathless Racing, it is a family affair. So why don't we join them? Because Ernie, I believe, is going to join us and talk to us a little bit about his 2020 season, which without a doubt was sensational in many ways.
Hey guys, great to be on with you tonight.
And also his family there. I love it.
Yeah, got everybody here.
And in the other boxes, great to see them all. But Ernie, let's talk to you. I remember having to do a very, very sad interview with you at Road Atlanta, but you did it anyway because that's the true sportsman that you are. But why don't you sum up 2020 for you and Breathless?
Yeah, 2020 was a wild year for us. It pretty much threw everything that it could at us, from all that happened in the real world to everything that happened in the racing world. It had to be one of the most odd and difficult seasons that we've ever been through. I'd really just like to reflect on it and just give thanks to everybody that helped us win our 7th Trans Am Championship and our 4th consecutive TA class championship. First off, Tony Pirelli and John Claggett, you guys rolled with every punch that got thrown at you. You really just worked through it and got us to the racetrack week in and week out when we really didn't know we were going to have a season going on. Also, thanks to the whole Trans Am and SVRA staff. Despite all the risk, you guys were going to every single race and made everything feel like normal as much as it could every weekend that we were at the track. Additionally, want to thank everybody at Greenlight, Jonathan Green, all you guys putting on great production at every race. The live streams were awesome. Everybody back home loved them. They were so happy they could stay tuned and see what was going on in every race weekend. And can't say enough about my team, Breathless Racing, everyone involved. My dad, Ernie Sr., Monica, Bill, John, Willie, Eric, Kyle, Zach. We travel all over the place together, all over the country. And I really couldn't ask more of you guys. You guys are awesome. And we truly are really a family. Thank you and congratulations to all the Trans Am competitors that won podiumed, won races this year. It was a exciting year full of heart-stopping races, and I can't wait to race more side by side with you guys. Lastly, I'd just like to thank all the Trans Am fans out there. Without your guys' support, we couldn't have done this, and we really do it for all of you guys. We don't know exactly what 2021 will hold yet, but we can promise it's going to be as action-packed and as exciting as this past season was. And thank you guys, and can't wait to see you at Sebring.
Ben, have you got anything? Yeah, I was going to say that round of applause and the people you're seeing either side of Ernie are his family and his team effectively. And so, yeah, big thanks and a big thumbs up to you guys. Hey, Ernie, well done, mate. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations. 7 titles, 7th heaven. Doesn't get any better. We look forward to seeing you in your home of Florida at Sebring next time. Congratulations, Ernie Francis Jr., our TA champion of 2020.
Thank you.
So, Ben, that pretty much does it. We've gone through all 5 categories. Any thoughts for you on 2020 before we go?
Yeah, I would like to just say thank you. I started 2020 without any aspirations of ever being a commentator or ever even thinking. And Tony and John kind of said, hey, this is what you're going to do this year. And I've loved it. But the reason why I really have to thank you, Jonathan, you've taken me under your wing. Lauren, thank you so much. I want to thank our cameraman, Tony. You guys have taught me so much. I've had so much fun doing that, but also our drivers, everybody in the paddock. You know that Trans Am people are never short of suggestions and comments, which I love. And so people all over the paddock were saying, hey, why don't you guys try this? What if you guys did this? And I've had so much fun. So Jonathan, Lauren, thank you guys so much. Tony, John, thanks for giving me the opportunity. It's been a blast.
Hey, and Ben Sissel, a hell of a job too. Really enjoyed working with you and looking forward to forging our relationship in both SVRA and Trans Am, because we have a lot of fun when we're in the booth, and hopefully we won't have to do it with masks on next year, but we'll see. But I also want to thank our coordinating producer, Mike Rivera, who put all this show together today, and also Lauren Roberts from Greenlight Television and everybody at Greenlight Television, and of course Chris Clark, who we've mentioned several times, our official photographer, Amy Greenaway, who does all of our press and PR, thanks to her, to Paul Fanner and Racer Magazine, who also do some great stuff. But I would like to personally leave a note to our boss, John Claggett. He deserves outstanding applause from all of us. He has worked tirelessly throughout this last 8 months. I don't know how he's done it, but he's done it with a smile on his face, and he got us there. He did it. 54 years this championship has been going. Some people could have buried their heads in the sand and said 54 is not going to happen, we'll pick it up. But that's not what Trans Am do. We've been going strong since 1966, as I have too, and I'm delighted that Trans Am is still going strong in 2021. Let's leave the last words to our president of Trans Am, John Claggett.
Thank you, Jonathan, and to Ben. You guys did a wonderful job tonight. And, well, I hope the fans, the participants, and the partners of Trans Am enjoyed tonight's activities. Certainly the most unique honors show that we've ever done, to go along with the most unique season that we've ever had. So the passion, the dedication, and the perseverance that it took to get through the 2020 season just shows everybody's passion for this Trans Am Championship. So as we close this out, we certainly look forward to a better 2021 and look forward to seeing everybody at Sebring in what can you imagine is only 6 weeks away. So stay healthy, stay safe, mask up, and we'll see you soon. Good night, everyone.
Great words. Last words from you, Ben.
Oh, I love the 2020 season. The difficulties really showed who the competitors were, and there was so much adversity. But I love the fact that John Claggett and Tony Pirelli could finish the season with a smile.
Oh, no question about it. It was a mammoth thing to be able to put on a season like that and an esports championship. So congratulations to everybody involved in 2020. It is a year which we won't forget, that is for sure, for lots of different reasons. I thank you all for coming to our Honors Awards ceremony today, and we look forward to seeing you in 2021 at Sebring. And as John says, it's only 6 weeks away. All I can say is please, please stay safe. Do the right thing and join us at Sebring or on the live stream as Trans Am goes into year 55. Good night.